Yeah, I had no idea what to play to start this. To start this out. Uh, but yeah, I'm very excited. Hello, everyone. Um, I'm excited for today, even though it's just gonna be me and my friends talking about games that we really liked and games we're looking for next time, next year. But I'm just excited to gush about good games. A hop and call.
Yeah, I don't.
Hello.
Hello, I have no idea who those characters are.
God, I wish I was you.
I know. I know the green boy who makes wind, but
Who
I
makes a
think
win?
I think I literally only remember him because I actually watched a video that talked about Genshin yesterday.
You're talking
I
about
think that's the only
Genshin.
Genshin character I know.
Yeah, dude, my butt cheeks are clenched right now because I just edited like an hour-long video and it's like premiering right now, but it's like such a hot take video. In the sense where it's like, hey, maybe you guys shouldn't dox each other over this fake online ship, and I just know. I'm gonna get some
Oh.
12-year-olds knocking at my door in a few hours.
Oh.
So I'm scared, bro.
Oh. I'm sure there's also, you know, relatable a bit to My Hero Academia fandom shit.
Yeah.
Wait, what's happening over there?
Oh, just, Kelpie's past
Oh,
of
sorry,
being in
yeah.
the fandom and getting harassed over ships.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah,
I think
As
this
a
would be the, if
14-year-old.
I think this would be the third time if it happens, bro. Don't do this to me.
Well, just can't be fucking normal about fucking shit,
They
huh?
just they just want to come over to my house.
They just want to hang out.
I don't want to hang out with them.
They
They're
heard,
12.
they heard you got a pool.
I that's an HOA pool. That ain't mine.
I'll hack into the yellow pages and change your address to the Slendy Woods.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, yippee.
Send them straight. Send all the 12-year-olds who are coming for you. They're going straight to hell instead.
Collect my pages.
Collect my pages of fan art. Oh my god, it's the Genshin characters kissing.
Ugh.
Don't worry, collect them all.
Collect my 7 pages. Why do you want me to collect your 7 pages if you're gonna fucking kill me if I do it? Don't tell me to collect your 7 pages, Slenderman. You're silly.
Yeah.
Uh, so I have absolutely no structure plans at all. This is gonna
That's
be fun.
awesome. We love
Hell
that.
yeah.
I was like, okay, how do I figure out how to do all of this? And then I didn't spend any time figuring that out. And instead, decided, fuck it, we wing it. Fuck it, we
Oh,
ball.
yeah.
So yeah. What have you played this year, Kelpie?
Fortnite.
Fortnite, epic Fortnite gaming.
I got it.
I'm so upset that it's fun.
Um, yeah, it's fun. Enjoy things.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's the most fun when school's out, so it's easy to win. When I play in the AM, I'll just be getting one tapped, and then all of a sudden 4 p.m. hits, and I'll shoot someone in their torso, and then they'll turn 180 degrees and shoot a bush, and I'm like, this is awesome.
Get
I'm
bullied,
awesome.
child.
I bully the children. It feels great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, Fortnite, you better get down, get down.
Get down, 10 kills on the board right now. Just waiting out tomato down.
Down, I'm getting so down.
Now we're in the Pleasant Park Street. Look at the map. Go to the mark sheet.
You can take me to my smile, but not loot
But not
like
Loot Lake.
I really want to. Jog
Chug
with
jug
you.
with you.
We can be pro
Can be
Fortnite
pro Fortnite
gamers.
gamers.
Pro Fortnite gamers.
gamers.
Anything else?
Sorry, I'm watching this video waiting for the comments to post my address.
Oh no.
Love yourself.
Love yourself.
Break free from the chains.
Nah, I mean, to be honest, it's been so long, that I know there would be a couple people, but it's just like the people who are like terminally online, where you'll like say something and then they will like be like, you're ableist, racist, homophobic, and I'm just like, I said I liked peanuts.
So why do you hate cashews?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't fucking know. When that was just a different conversation.
Exactly.
It's just like, I felt bad because my boss was like, messaged me and was like, do you want your name in the description? Because I know just in case. And I was like, my name got removed from the description last job and they still found my address, so I'm gonna want credit at the end of the day.
God.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
To be fair, this is a video about a fictional ship between... Never mind, I'm not gonna get into it. Not on stream. And like, oh my god, hey Crom, amazing stream. Anyways, here's about Genshin ships for the next 30 minutes, actually.
Yeah, so tell us why Genshin Impact is your game of the year.
So it's because I didn't play any other games, and I actually got a lobotomy.
Oh
no!
For free?
Congratulations!
For free is crazy. The oh no and then congratulations is crazier. Quite frankly. I don't know. As far as games, it feels weird because the game that I played 24/7 was goddamn Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah.
And Dawn Trail just kind of sucked the life out of me.
Damn.
Mostly because of the shit with Redacted. Because they threw a fit over that game, and I was like, this shit ain't fun no more.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah,
I mean,
fair, yeah.
I still get on it to raid, but it's just also like, now that I've hit like 10,000 hours, I kind of feel like I don't care anymore. Like, when there's new content, I'll play, but I'm not at the point where I'm going back and I'll be like, what if I do every Boja relic ever?
Yeah. You're now
it's like
free from the chains.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that was stopping me was I was gonna get the ocean fishing, like, world-class troller, and then catch every single rare spectral current fish. But so far, I only have yet to catch one, and that shit's up, like, at 2 a.m. every 3 days, and I ain't doing that.
Yeah.
So it's just, like, whatever. I feel like I've accomplished what I wanted to accomplish in that game. Though, to be honest, knowing me, what happens is I play a game, I take a break, and then I go back. The only thing with Final Fantasy is the amount of time I play that game before taking that break is, like...
10,000 hours.
Ridiculous. Because I'll take a break for, like, a few months, and then I'll go back, and then I'll pump another, like, 5,000 hours. And it's just, like... that shit sucks. Now I'm kind of at a point where I wake up, I do my gacha dailies. Doing all of them takes about like an hour or two, and then I play Fortnite, and then I read my boring heterosexual webtoons, and then I go to bed.
Damn.
I started reading that one you guys posted like eons ago. It's like trapped in my sister's dating sim. Bro, that shit's a ride. Is it good? It's a ride, but I just be reading it. I'm at a point where, like, I'll consume anything. I'll be like, oh, I want to do webtoons, and you'll put dirt on my plate, and I'll be like, yum, yum, finally some good fucking food, and then I'll swallow it, and then I'm done swallowing it, I'm like, that was dirt, actually.
Oh, wow, yeah, 9,847 hours of Final Fantasy 14 online.
Christ! Oh my god!
On stream!
I mean, you said 10,000 hours. It's real, it's fine.
Hey, ladies! Obviously single! Hit me up! Dude,
I like your item showcase of, fucking Meguro and Luca, Hatsune Miku, buff Papyrus.
But that's my 3 favorite girls!
It's very funny. Very good.
I think I downloaded like Hive Swap just to get like a badge, like what Pog, because I was like, oh my god, Pog, and then I made that like my
Yeah.
featured badge, and then I never opened any other Hive Swap game ever again.
I don't even know what Hive Swap is.
Oh
It's
god,
like a
Hive
Homestuck
Swap.
game.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the Homestuck Kickstarter game that.
that's what I don't
Except
know
it's
what it is.
actually not, but. Did they? How many of those did they come out with?
They're still coming out with them, I think.
They're still very slowly working on them.
I like your achievement showcase. Big booty. Minor cannibalism. So you can't come at me for that no more.
Oh, I can actually. It's called It's called being hypocritical. You should try it
Fuck.
sometime.
Fuck. I've never tried being a hypocrite in my life. Never once.
You should give it a shot. It's really fun. Good for your skin.
Glorious golden pole.
Epic
Epic loser. And orgy manager. And then just 2 actual Miku achievements.
Yeah.
That you didn't put because they're silly. Just because they're epic Miku achievements.
Because they're epic Miku achievements.
Sorry for just looking through your...
That's fine. It's funny. It's hilarious, actually. Carefully crafted that shit.
Yeah.
For clout, quite frankly. So glad I'm finally getting
You're
said
finally
clout.
getting it, yeah. You're finally getting the respect that your profile deserves.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm so glad that the Steam like summer sale girl has like pink hair and like cat ears, because I was like, I want a moving profile, I want like a gif of it, but the only one I could find with pink hair was apparently some chick from like a porn game, and I was like, this sucks. But then I saw the cat and I was like, thank God, thank God, thank God, thank God.
I think it's so great how I have like porn games turned off on my stream. I don't see explicit games, but it doesn't actually remove all of them. I was just going into the RPG tag yesterday and like looking at games, and there's just games tagged hentai, games tagged not safe for work, games tagged sexually explicit are just on there.
I like how
so good.
So ever since Steam added it, I've had the rarest achievement showcase, because I was like probably 10 when I did that. And I've always had this one achievement from They Bleed Pixels. A game. When did this game come out?
Oh wow, I haven't thought of that game in a long time.
Last played July 2nd, 2014. I've had this one achievement from that game on my achievement showcase for fucking ever. That's fucking hilarious. That's crazy.
That's epic. Something just popped to mind and is related to games. I'm a genius and my butt is huge. Why'd I say that? You know what? We're gonna ignore that. I will clip it later because that's funny that I'm embarrassed. But I remember I went to Hallmat this year with some friends. I was originally like, I'm not gonna go because last year the water jugs got roofied and the venue sucked, but they changed venue and like security teams, so I was like, but I was also like, at the end of the day, I was like, I'm not gonna pay for tickets in a hotel. Like, that sucks. I don't want to do that. But then my friend was like, are you going? And I was like, no, that's a lot of money. And then they messaged me back an hour later, we got you a ticket. And I was like,
well, guess I'm going.
And I was like, bet. So I went there. I didn't spend it too terribly much. I don't know if I showed you guys all I got. I got okay, fuck. Another embarrassing fact of me. I've been playing boring like little Otome games, like directed and marketed towards like 30-year-old women who love anime men.
Have you been playing Voltage games?
Just say that you think nothing of me.
No, I'm saying it out of like genuine like curiosity. That's fun. It's fun. It's okay.
I genuinely, in my early years, I did spend about $200 on Voltage games.
Okay.
Dude, I was up at night at 3 a.m.
Worse things we spent $200 on.
Bro, 15
and one of those is Genshin.
Fuck, shut up. I don't give Genshin my money. I win, okay? I'm better. I'm better than everyone else.
W.
I don't give them my money. They're racist and colorist, so I ain't giving them my shit. I'm playing it for the boring men. Yeah, dude. The fan art of Genshin carries, but it gets me so upset because I logged on to Twitter and something was tagged like Genshin and Risley, and I saw a big hairy man with a dad bod that looked like almost like Wolverine but awesome. And then I logged into the game, and that was the most boring looking twig I've ever seen in my goddamn life, and I just kind of stared at my screen for an hour.
Yep.
But no, 15-year-old Kelpie was like up at 2 a.m. dropping like straight up bans on Be My Princess and Be My Princess 2 because that was my shit.
Yeah.
But no, it's a different one. It's like, it's really weird because like Hal almost played it because Hal was interested in one of the guys, but then it's really funny. You can't laugh at me. You're probably gonna laugh at me, and you should because it's funny, but there's a guy that's like really cool and it's kind of like almost Hal's type, but the one caveat that Hal was like, ooh, never mind, was that it calls you kitten. I was like, ew. I was like, no, hear me out, no, because the English translation's just bad. It's in the Chinese. He's like saying my wife, my epic wife, my awesome wife, or something like that. He's like saying Borat, my wife, but like the English is just like haha kitten. But it's like I don't care. I played in the Chinese, and if I close my eyes when he says that word, it's almost like he doesn't say it. So it's fine. It's fine. God. It's fine. No, it's fine.
No, sorry, I'm laughing at something else. Don't worry.
It's like, okay. It's like I got a little print of like the character I like because I was like, oh my gosh, yay, I like him. And big freaking shocker, it's a little white-haired boy again.
No continuation on that, just trailing off.
No, yeah, sorry. I went to like take a picture and then I like saw like a nail on the wall and I was like, that shit's cool as hell. Let me put it in voice chat. But I got this. And the way I posted this and how zoomed in on it and said the kitten on the phone. And I was like, no! No, I didn't see that when I bought it! No!
Yeah. There it is.
It ruins my life. It ruins my life to have bad taste in men. As a lesbian, you don't understand.
Give me a minute. Googling meme generator. Let's see.
I'm gonna
text. Generate. Copy image. Paste.
Tweaking.
Anyways, what I was laughing at was so I do not have Steam. I do not have porn games hidden on Steam because I find it very funny to get jump scared by porn games on Steam when looking for real games.
Big ads, tits.
It is like funny just scrolling. Yep, good game, good game, good game. That is just porn. Yeah, okay, fine. Scroll past. So I just immediately click. So I scrolled down the Steam page, and it's got popular new releases where every game is normal except there's just one where the thumbnail is a woman taking back shots. I'm like, alright, that's boring. And then I click upcoming, and then the first, like, 7 games are just porn games. Just, like, immediately how I just click it, and it's like, sex. It is funny. It is probably the same company pumping out shitty porn games.
It's so good. Sorry, back to the disparaging kitten thing. Whatever. That was like a sidetrack to a sidetrack. But I met Neil Newborn.
Oh hell yeah!
Which I didn't expect. Yeah, and Heisenberg. And then some other guy that looked like he's made an RE engine.
Some other guy who looks like he's made an RE engine.
Yeah, he looks like he's in a Resident Evil game, but he's like a minor character, and he looks silly-ish. I don't know. But I met him, and it was like, I was gonna take a video. I was gonna be like, oh yeah, video, $90. I want you to say hello to my wife. It's really funny, because whenever I do something like that for Hal, like last time I think I got Hal a print signed by, like, Jolene and Giorno's voice actor, And
Oh,
Giorno's voice actor like got the request, saw who it was for, and was like, "Howl, do you live up to your name? Do you howl? Do you bark?" And I was like, "Yes, yes, sir, I do." But I was gonna get a video and it was gonna be epic, but his line was so fucking long that before they even got there, they were like, "He's not gonna be able to accept the video request," and I was like, "That's fair. This line is long." I also
Yeah.
found out that I'm like physically disabled a little bit. I didn't know that. But it turns out when you walk for more than 5 minutes and feel chronic pain from your knees down, that's apparently not normal, and walking with the cane feeling natural also isn't normal. So found that out.
Yeah, that's something that should be looked into. Yeah.
Nah.
We want
Nah.
money.
Like I'm like $600 for them to look at my knee and go, like,
Yeah. Functional health
bro,
system.
bro, the way my friend like was like having a cancer scare, and it was just like because they had gotten like a stomach virus or like a parasite, the antibiotics they took like fucked with their stomach acid, so they could just like feel their stomach acid.
Ugh.
But doctors couldn't like figure it out. And it was like after like 10 or 20 appointments, they were like, "Okay, we're gonna do like full like CT scans and like all this." And like the next thing they were thinking is like explorative surgery is the only thing that's gonna happen. And then my friend Yolana, who like works or like is getting her degree in becoming a doctor, was like, "Eat pineapple juice." And you'll never guess. But it fixed it, because apparently when your stomach acidity is whack, eating pineapples and drinking pineapple juice will fix it. So
The more you know.
yeah, that's the medical system.
Yep.
And what was I talking about? Dude, whatever. I'm like so
The voice
unmedicated.
actor line.
Yeah, the voice actor line. But like it was like so long. Like I got like a disability sticker because my friends who brought me there are like also disabled. Like they brought their cane and usually walk with it. They didn't need it incredibly much because they were wearing like very comfortable shoes and we took lots of breaks. But they were like, "Come with me," and then they took me to the ADA line and was like, "Get a mobility sticker," and I was like, "But I'm not." They're like, "Get a mobility sticker." So I was allowed to like get in ADA lines, which were like a little shorter. But it's like whatever. I got in that line, and I was just like gonna be like, "Oh my gosh," I was gonna get in line and say hi. But I was so intimidated. Because wholeheartedly, I'm gonna tell you the story. This like blew my freaking mind in the sense that like one of my friends who I went with, like the day before the con started, their grandfather died.
Oh God.
So they were through the con dealing with grief. They were okay. They weren't doing too bad. But they were like dealing with grief. And the way I was waiting behind them, and they got something signed by Neil, and she wasn't crying, nothing was going on. He just looked at her and was like, "Are you doing okay?" And she was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Okay, I just want to make sure you're doing okay." And she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm just dealing with grief." And he's like, "Do you have some friends nearby?" He's like, "Well, I think he first said, oh, dealing with grief is always very difficult. It's important to have people and friends you care about nearby. Do you have them with you? Have you come with them?" And they pointed to the other friends who brought there, and they were like, and they had just been in line. So he said, "They seem like very good friends. You should keep them close." And I was like, wow. Bro just kind of clocked that my friend was having an off day and was like, "Oh, here is words of encouragement and a hug and everything like that." And I was like, that was a little nice. Because like half the time when you're in line, you can tell that these people are kind of just like, "Give me my $90 for this picture," and then get to the next person. But it was a little like almost unnerving how like intent and like focused and kind of like aware on the people he was meeting. It was like, wow, you're just kind of like a genuinely kind person from what it seems like, and that's awesome.
Love that.
Yeah, that's
And
very sweet.
9 times out of 10, like a voice actor, like even if they seem nice, 9 times out of 10, they just like they're really shitty, or they do whack shit, and it's just like gross. So I try not to meet voice actors 9 times out of 10, because I'm just like, I don't want to meet you and get the vibe that you're a dick. I really don't. So I think I've met Neil, the voice actor for Uta, and then the voice actor for Kotaro from Zombieland Saga. And I've told you guys the story about when I met Kotaro from Zombieland Saga, right?
And how he also plays
Yeah.
Paladin. Numero uno.
Yeah, he also plays Paladin. Bro, he was so sweet because I told him how much that show meant to me. And it was like I got in line. I didn't pay for a picture. I didn't pay for anything signed, but he asked if he could take a picture with me. And he wanted to like give me a hug, and because I told him how much that show meant, and he said, "Hey, the show means so much." No, Howl is playing Marvel Rivals. Okay, wife down. But I don't know. It's just like very rarely will I meet a voice actor, but it's just like usually I have a good vibe. I can usually get a good vibe on whether or not I would want to meet a voice actor. Because I'm a huge person of never meet your fucking heroes. Never.
Yeah.
And it was just like... Whatever. Sorry, I'm like looking at the comments of this video, and like people are actually being normal. Like, I prefer
Definitely.
interpreting
Yay.
it this way, but I understand why this ship exists and why people like it. I'm like, oh, whew, my address is
Yay.
fine. Still out there, but at least it won't be refreshed. But I don't know. I'm kind of just yapping. You can tell me to shut up whenever. I am just
Today's
kind
a
of
yapping
updating you
day.
guys on my life because I feel like we talk every now and again, so I'm just like, I need to update you guys on shit. But that was a fun con. I really enjoyed it. Got to do some fun stuff, and then immediately after, I got home, ate some KBBQ with my friends, and then got sick for a few days, as you do on con. And I drove out, and I wrote like letters, and I planned on writing them to you guys, but the way to send something 2 states over was like $10 for a letter. I was like, I'm scared to send something to anywhere outside of the country.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm scared. But I was like, I was doing the thing, because usually I like to like buy things, but that's not really as much of a thing anymore, because whatever. But my dad got me like a boom mic, like an arm mic stand like thing. So now
Nice.
it's off my desk. So now I have room for one more can of Dr. Pepper to coagulate on my desk.
Yay.
But I got that, and then my dad also got me like crumble cookies. I don't know if you guys know what those are. It's basically like the world's most overpriced big cookies, but they change out flavors every week, essentially. But I was like, I opened the boom mic and I was like, okay, I know what this is. And it's because my dad was like, what do you want? And I was like, I want a boom mic. And I was like, what do you want? And he said, I want a flashlight headband. And I was like, sweet. Both easy.
I want a new set of tools.
Yeah, the way it was like that. Oh my gosh, reading this comment. I was a powerful hater before, but media literacy is a powerful tool. So now I've obtained I've obtained the skills of not giving a fuck. And I'm like, hallelujah, normal Genshin fans, thank God. But my dad got me those cookies, and I've been like chewing on those because those shit's yummy.
Yummy.
But my mom got me like a hat, because I've been wearing hats now. I like hats, mostly because it helps hide the fact that I haven't dyed my roots. But I also like hats. But she got me like some Tempur-Pedic pillows, which I've been like screaming for. So I'm just like, yes, I want the Tempur-Pedic pillows. But she also got me cookbooks, because I've been trying to cook shit. And we do this song and dance where she'll like text me instructions, and then I will follow up with 17 more texts of, what does this mean? Because she'll be like, fold the cheese in. I'm like, Barb, what does that mean? Fold it. It's not closed. What does that mean? She's like, I don't know what to tell you. Just fold it in. I'm like, I don't know. So needless to say, the cheese was never folded in. But she got me a cookbook. And the way I opened the box, and it said, cookbook for teens. And I was like, she was like, I think it might be a little above your skill set, but hopefully it'll be useful.
Oh.
And I was like, fuck.
Rude as
And
hell.
Well, what's funny is I open it to like the first page and the introduction is you're getting older, a definite peak that means more opportunities and more responsibilities. You're learning these skills as you make more mistakes. And it's just like I'm 24.
You're
But
getting
I like
older.
I'm getting older, but I did like there's some fun recipes in there, but my majorly thing I was excited about was like everything basics, and it was like how to make food like with photos. And you open the first page and like the first thing it does is like it goes to here is the labeling of all your tools. This is what a stock pot looks like. This is what a saucepan looks like. A medium saucepan. This is what a this is the different definitions of knives, and I was like, thank God. And then it went into spices, and I was like, I can skip that. And then went into holding a knife, and then it went into like trimming and peeling, and then like chunks versus chopping versus mincing and slicing, and like measuring dry. And then the difference between boiling and simmering, because bro, I saw bubbles, I assumed that meant boil. Apparently not. And like steaming, like all that shit. I'm like, this was great, but like. I love this book. I really want to try stuff out because it was like, oh, fritters. They have an entire section for soup. They have 40
yeah.
pages for soup. I'm like, this is
Soup.
awesome. And then they go into like Asian noodles, caramelized onions, like kebabs. But there's one that I keep thinking about, and it was something that was called like the burger. It wasn't just burger recipe, it was called the burger. And I was like, that's awesome.
But folding, by the way, at least when baking, is when you mix it in. But you kind of hard to describe.
It's like you don't like aggressively
Yeah.
mix. It's like you like gently just like take a bit of batter and like basically
Put
just
it on
flip
top.
it over
Yeah,
gently.
yeah, like that. Like that's what I was like. Like I understood that. Like I looked up a video on like what that meant after. But like the way I was like, Barb, explain this to me.
Yeah.
And then she was like, she was like, okay, just take the sausages and put them in, cut the sausage and put it in the air fryer. So I cut the sausage. I cut it into individual pieces, and that shit was hockey pucks. And I went, I did what you said, and she said, I said, cut it as in cut it in half, not into chunks. I'm like, you need to specify.
Yeah.
I'm stupid. I am not smart, Burp. And oh fuck, I just remembered because I was out to dinner with my mom and we went to Chili's. Hi, welcome to Chili's. And I saw a car which I assume had like a Gundam on it. So I was like, Mom, stop the fucking car. I need to take a picture. We were like in the Chili's parking lot and I was like, stop the fucking car. And she's like, I can park next to it. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take a pictures though. Like, stop the car. I'm gonna send him in a voice chat. But she's like, which do you like Gundam? And I was like, no, but my friend does. Remember the one you said had a sexy voice? And I was like, oh yeah, I remember that.
That's the Sinanju.
Oh yeah,
I have the high grade Sinanju.
And
the one you had a sexy voice, yeah.
Yeah, well, like the way I was like that. Oh well, no, like the way I was like, Mom, you know what you opened me up to? And she's like, oh yeah, like you're probably getting your mom jokes or whatever. And I was like, oh yeah, well your mom thinks I'm sexy or whatever. And I'm like, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. She still remembers it.
Never
and
happened.
She says yeah, right, never happened. But she's like, she stands by her statement previous. And I was like, brother,
why is the text so fucked up? They like didn't remove the like the white bits on the inside of the 0 and the 6s, and the A in Sinanju is an R instead.
Yeah.
I would be if I owned that car and I got that decal or whatever. I would want a refund for the text being all fucked up.
Yeah.
Or it was the guy himself who like submitted the PNG and it was a fucked up PNG and he just has to live with it.
Yeah. That's what I'm assuming.
That is like also literally that's not even a picture of like a screenshot from the anime. That is the kit. That is the model kit. That is a picture of the actual model kit. Not sure if it's the high grade because it's the only one I have.
I'm also looking on the other side, and like the 0 and 6 like also have the white. So I think it is the guy submitted a bad PNG.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll be sometimes. Gotta make sure your PNGs are good.
Especially when I don't even know how much it costs to get a car done like that, but I bet it's a lot of money. You should double check the PNG.
Yeah.
200 USD. is an average price. I looked into
Oh,
it
that's less
because
than I expected. Okay.
well, because like I kept having a fight with my mom. I was like, I want an anime girl in my car,
You
and
want
she
me
said,
to?
over my dead body. And I was like, why do you hate me?
And you said, "Alright, bet," and pulled out your diamond sword.
But it was just like, I was just like, okay. She was like, what do you want for Christmas or your birthday? And I was like, I want an anime sticker for my car. And she said, something else. And I was like, fine, I want another anime figure. And she's like, okay, so what kind of sticker do you want? So my mom is the #1 hater of the fact that I keep getting more figurines, and it's just like I'm at a point where physically there is no more room. She keeps thinking like, "Oh, there's no more room." Like I know when there's no more room. There's no more room anymore. There is none, unless I start like shifting out the bootlegs. But I'm not in the mood to do that. The bootlegs are special to me. I like the Sakura Miku with the eyes that are literally just stickers that weren't even placed on symmetrically. I like that. That means a lot to me. I'm putting her next to Sanji. Um, is like but I went through with not doing it because I was just like, whatever. I already like, I kind of like didn't care. I was more like, I wanted like a tablet so I could have iPad baby time.
Yeah.
So you could play your dancing vegetable stimming video.
Dude, dude, Teeny loves that shit. I'll be like watching One Piece and I'll be like, one sec, I gotta go get dinner. I put that shit on. I come back upstairs, my headset connects, and Teeny's like, yeah, let's go. I like I hear Teeny like getting pretty hyped over it. And I don't know if it's just for my sake. I'd like to believe it's not, because something about it just fills my heart with glee.
Well, I mean, I remember the time Maya and Tini just watched that Baby Century video for like
Yeah. It was fun.
they just
It
kept
was
going
great.
like they were both into it. So yeah, Tini definitely is getting into it. I miss Tini. Gotta hang
I
out
miss
more.
Teeny too. I felt bad because I was like, I had therapy, and then immediately like next week it was like, okay, it's like Christmas Eve and all that shit. We finally reached episode 1000. Me and Teeny did.
Good
W.
lord.
Um, subjective, if that's a W.
Hey man, getting through anything like that is a W.
It's definitely a good lord, but yeah, that is impressive. I can't even watch like 5 episodes of anything.
That's like you have gotten through. You're almost at enrage.
Yeah,
You've almost got the
it's
clear.
it's wild. It's like where? Oh, speaking of which, Howell got his first clear. I wasn't there because I was out that day, but Howell got his M1S clear.
Hell yeah.
Woo!
That's his first like on content Savage. I was like, oh my god,
Yeah.
it's full circle.
He's
Um,
gaming.
as a heads up, as you might have noticed, it's just us three. Clay couldn't make it. Some stuff came up.
Ah,
And then Howell also said he has family over. So I said, "Are you still free around 1 p.m. my time, which would be noon your time, I think? I'm bad with time zones, haha." And he goes, "I have family over, so I'll have to see." And that's the last thing I've heard from Howell.
yeah. Yeah. Howell has been having family over.
Yeah.
But it's an if. I know Howell's mom is kind of being mean about being like, Howell, come outside, have fun with us. And Howell's like, I'm talking to my wife. Howell doesn't say that, but I know that's what he means. Um, One time Hal's friend like Matt came over and was like, "Oh my gosh, hi," and it's like said some sort of like term of endearment, and I was like on the toilet fighting for my life, because I had some bad Taco Bell, but I go on my phone and go, "Hey Hal, just curious, who was that calling you an affectionate term in voice chat in real life? Just curious, ha ha ha, who was it?" And sorry, I'm like so unmedicated right now. But I don't know. I've been like cooking more. Not much. It's mostly just been pasta and corn on cob. Those are my defaults. But I found some really good recipes like I really want to try. and it's apparently like basics, like nothing that'll take like too terribly long. So I'm like, this is epic.
Yeah. It's always. I wish I liked cooking more. I hate cooking.
What?
But
Oh,
Yeah, I
cooking. Oh my god.
yeah, no, I
Okay.
don't enjoy cooking.
No,
don't like
that's
hate
also not what I
cooking.
heard.
Ugh, I don't know what you heard, and I don't think I want to know.
I don't like hate cooking, but I just like can never like get the like motivation to like cook something new or cook something big.
I do like baking though. My thing.
I love baking. For cooking, what I do is I enter my mind palace and I pretend I'm cooking for a beautiful woman who has said she will kiss me on the lips if I do a good job cooking, and then I pretend.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is the Grink there too?
What?
Hey
No.
guys, so thanks for coming to the stream. Stream's over. That was a fun one.
No,
Was the
I mean,
Greek- was the Greek there? Whatever, dude. The Greek's at your house.
What? Right behind me?
Yeah.
stealing your Christmas
I haven't even
presents.
found all the papers yet. All the pages.
Why is the
Me.
Grinch looking for 7 pages now?
Dude, I love the Greek. Do you know of the Greek?
Hey, have you seen this new Christmas DLC for Slendy?
The Greek. Me, it's explaining the time about how I was survived a plane crash and was on an island for 2 months. My yeah, so it was crazy. My friend whom I texted the Grink instead of the Grinch 2 once was the Grink there.
Yeah.
I love the Grink. The Grink. I don't mean the Grinch. I want to know the Grink. Show me the Grink.
So what have you played this year, Maya?
Okay, I don't know, like I have a list of literally everything because I've started using a backlog just for this purpose because otherwise I have a backlog now. I have a Goodreads. I have a letterbox. Because I started doing that just to keep track of like everything I watch and play, whatever. Because otherwise I forget. But I love the Grink. So I do. I mean, of the year wise, I mean, of course it's Crow Country, of course.
Yeah. We'll talk about Crow Country
Country,
later,
one of the
though.
best video games ever made.
Talk about Crow Country later because I want to talk about how much I love it as well.
Yeah. But so I have played like a surprisingly. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I've counted 22 games this year, which is pretty impressive for me.
Nice.
A couple replays, mostly new stuff.
Like how many streams it took me to beat one of the Pathfinder games. When Steam was doing its end of year recap, Steam has like oh, here's your year with Steam thing. Your yearly review. Let's see. Specifically Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous was 16% of my total playtime with Steam games. Pathfinder Kingmaker was 8% of my total Steam playtime. So together, that's 24% of my total playtime this year with Steam games has been Pathfinder games.
That's a lot.
They're fun. That's
Yeah,
why I
yeah.
played that much. But yeah, like Carly, my friend, she shows me like played like 9 billion demos this year. Oh, and she's like, yeah, micro gamer, like micro dosing games. And then I show her my 24% in 2 games, and she goes, oh, lol. I love Pathfinder though. I want to know. There's a Baldur's Gate 3 patch, a new major patch coming out sometime next year. I'm probably gonna revisit Baldur's Gate with that. I love RPGs.
Hell yeah. But let me I'll put the Steam link. I don't know if you wanna like open it on the stream or whatever, but one of the games I've been thinking about has been Toho Mr. Izakaya, which it was like maybe the first game I played this year. Um, I don't know if it's like it's probably in the top. I don't really have like a top 5, but it would probably be in the top 5 of this year. Um, Purely just like it's a restaurant sim, and it just really hit for me. It's like it's got a little bit of jank, mostly around like outside the restaurant. Like you need to walk around the overworld, collect ingredients, talk to NPCs, and do side quests and stuff. That stuff is like a little bit rough around the edges, but the actual like when you're in the restaurant and just like taking orders, cooking the right thing, serving everything correctly and stuff, it's just one of those games that just eats all of your hours. And I've been like the moment I started thinking about like game of the year stuff, this was like one of the first games that came to mind to me. So I think it stuck with me, and I played it like vanilla, but there's like a billion DLCs, so I'll probably just like grab the DLCs
Oh my
one day
god,
and
you
play
weren't
it.
kidding. There are
Yeah.
a billion DLCs.
Uh but yeah,
Half of it
it's
is the
just like a
soundtrack.
really, really fun restaurant sim. Where like you take
Yeah.
orders, you input the correct ingredients to cook something, and then serve it. Make sure you serve everything correctly, and then like named NPCs can come up, and you'll have like a list of like as you go, you like learn each NPC's like named NPC's preferences. Like this person like sweet food and stuff like that, and they kind of they give you like a vague order, and you just have to like remember and like memorize like recipes or like additional ingredients to put in to like make them a meal that they like and stuff like that. It's just really fun.
Yeah. That actually sounds, ooh, very cheap too. Not even because of Steam sales, very cheap in general.
Yeah. And this is the one that has like the really pretty pixel art. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
The pixel art, like scene art. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I do be looking for good brain off stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a very fun one. Uh,
Adding this one to wish list.
so that's one of my other games of the year. I had a brief stint where I bought a 3DS, a new 3DS, because I was like, maybe and I can put my hands on a new 3DS. I can't, but I did try for a bit, and I did get a new 3DS and I modded it, and then I just played Dragon Quest One and for the Game Boy. And then I also played The Frog for Whom the Bell Tolls, which is for the Game Boy,
Yeah.
also, which is by the Link's Awakening devs. It's basically just like another Link's Awakening with slightly different gameplay. But it was very, very good. Um, Dragon Quest One, Dragon Quest One,
Dragon
if you've
Quest
heard
1
of
a
it.
classic.
Classic, people lining up for days, taking the day off to play Dragon Quest. You heard of
There's
it? You love it?
Yakuza 7, Like a Dragon Quest, in parentheses.
Uh huh. So that
Yeah.
was fun.
There's a whole side quest in Yakuza 7, Like a Dragon Quest, about people lining up for Dragon Quest.
Hell yeah.
Um, you have a whole quest of, or no, sorry, that's Yakuza 0. That's Yakuza 0, not Yakuza
Oh
7,
yeah.
because it's the 80s and it's Dragon Quest 3. And you have this whole side quest of this kid gets like lining up for Dragon Quest 3, and then he gets robbed by an older kid who steals his Dragon Quest 3, and you beat up that older
Oh
kid.
yeah, yeah.
And then that older kid actually got robbed by some other guy, some adult. You beat him up, and then that guy actually got robbed by some Yakuza goon. You go beat up the Yakuza goon, and then it turns out the Yakuza goon is actually the original
Goon.
kid's.
Sorry.
Yeah, Lois.
Fuck. My fault.
And then you find out that the Yakuza goon is actually the original kid's dad, and he stole the Dragon Quest to give to his son. And then it's like, oh wait, this was actually my son saved all the money up for that. Oh god, I shouldn't. That's horrible. Blah 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 blah. And it's this whole funny Yakuza sub story, wacky sub story about Dragon Quest. Sorry, I have the Yakuza autism.
No, so real and true.
So what's next?
Everyone loves the Dragon Quest, even Mr. Yakuza.
What's next on your list?
Um, so next, chronologically, right after I played Dragon Quest One, I did play Pseudo Regalia, which you also played.
I did.
And I think I am more positive. I'm guessing I am more positive on it than you are, because we talked about it as you were playing. Like, it's a little bit rough. It's got some
I
like
was happy. Like, I think it's a fine game.
yeah. I mean, I got the impression that you liked it, just that it's not like a number one favorite or anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really stuck with me. It does have some roughness. I struggled a lot with the wall kick personally.
The
The
wall
wall
kick
kick
is
seems to be a
rough.
thing where you either get it or you don't.
The wall kick is rough with the angling and also how long it stays.
Yeah. Uh,
Like
but
I
yeah,
figured that out like near the end where I'm like, oh, this shit's meaty as hell.
yeah.
I think it was literally as I was running to the tower. Sorry, I keep interrupting you.
No worries. Yeah, just like I enjoy the vibes a lot.
Yeah.
Love the music, love the aesthetics, and yeah, the gameplay was just I said like the gameplay is just really novel in a really fun way. I just even though I talked about how I played myself and just like was wandering around for 2 hours not finding progress because I just like I walked up to the tower at the beginning and was like, oh, this is like end game. So I'll just like have to go to this like at the end, and then I never went back there and I never got the wall glide. Uh, so I was like stuck for 2 hours just wandering around everywhere else. But even with that, I just really enjoyed just like
Yeah.
yahooing around this castle. Um, and I had a lot of fun. I liked it a lot. And I hope they make a sequel or something because
Yes.
it
Yeah.
was really cool.
I do hope they make a sequel. Because there's a very good skeleton here.
Mm-hmm.
Not even a skeleton, there's just a very good game, but that is rough.
Mm-hmm.
And so I hope they learn from what they did and expand on it and realize what needs work.
Mm-hmm.
Um, don't have a really weird and abrupt final boss. They definitely. I said it while playing it, but the ending to this game is I don't know how to end a video game. I've made this video
Yeah,
game and I
absolutely.
don't know how to end it. And it's like
Absolutely.
you have a random boss fight out of nowhere, and then just this weird like ending epilogue that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's like it turns out like you're like a dream wanderer and you were like in some girl's dream or something.
Yeah. Uh, the first
But yeah,
person mode,
that was.
very
Hmm.
fucking funny. I very much when I accidentally discovered the first person mode, and like
Oh
as I accidentally
yeah.
clicked my thumbstick, I'm like, what the fuck? What the hell is wrong with my camera? Bugged out? And so I start like trying to figure it out. Holy, that was funny. But yeah, very good core. Um, very fun Yahooing. Definitely some awkward stuff with like figuring out the wall kicks.
Hmm.
Um, also, um, the wall run, figuring that out too, because you have to
Yeah,
actually
that
run
also
at an
has
angle instead of
yeah, really finicky angle.
run directly at it.
Yeah, this is like a panty outfit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, literally. Like I'm like, ooh, what's this new outfit I
like a
got?
swimsuit
Okay,
with some
immediately puts
shoulder
back the one
guards.
outfit I've been wearing the entire game because it was cute and fine.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, this was a fun game.
Hmm. What's next
I think
on?
I also just played at a bad time because I just played Wind Waker
Mm.
and didn't I just play Crypt Custodian 2 very recently? So I had like a recent batch of awkward combat games.
Mm-hmm.
And then I played Nine Souls immediately after. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, oh, glorious, glorious. Um, Smooth, fluid combat. But we'll talk about Nine Souls later because that's on my Game of the Year list with Crow
Yeah,
Country.
yeah. And next, I mean, I'm not gonna like go through everything. My next highlighted, um, I'll skip over Nine Souls because I think like we'll take it when you bring it up.
Yeah,
But yeah, my next highlighted is I played Pseudo Regalia, played Monster Hunter Stories 2, played Swollen to Bursting Until I Am Disappearing on Purpose, which is like a Humaniki game. It was like really good. It's not really my type of thing. It's very like messy feelings about like gender and having a rough life and stuff. And then I played Nine Souls, and then after Nine Souls, I think I'm like I didn't add Anthology until later, so the timeline is a bit I don't remember exactly, but I did play Anthology of the Killer.
yeah.
Um,
Which I
wait,
have purchased and I will be playing in like probably sometime in January.
yeah, I have been hyping it up. It's a collection of 9 games that were released like over time. It's just really, really, really funny, and like yeah, you're looking at it. It's really funny and it looks amazing. It's just really cool.
Yeah,
Um the first couple games are like a little bit shorter, like it takes a little bit to just
yeah,
find its footing.
makes sense.
But especially as you get to the later games, like they start getting really really ambitious in the storytelling and like what they're doing with like scene setting and like camera stuff and everything. Just a collection of 9 really funny, really compelling, and also like it's mainly it's kind of like I was thinking of how to describe it, but it kind of like has a Courage the Cowardly Dog quality.
Ooh, okay.
Um, because it's very like it is like it's very like making fun of horror, but like lovingly poking fun at horror, but also at sometimes being scary as well, like legitimately. But most of the time it's like not like
Yeah,
like the scariest thing in the world or anything, but it kind of has like that balancing quality that something like Courage the Cowardly Dog has, where like it's both like funny but also like a little bit like genuine, um, and sometimes it's lighthearted, sometimes it's generally scary, stuff like that, uh, and a lot of like critiques of like art school, critiques of like capitalism and shit,
yeah.
but just yeah, very
Art
funny,
school. Yeah, okay.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh
anyone who's gone to them, fuck art school.
but yeah, very very fun. That definitely a highlight for me, just like aesthetically and like writing wise, just very really funny, really creative, really compelling. Just like even though it's just like walking around games, but it's just really like you finish one of the games in a collection, it's just like I'll just go right to the next one. I won't take a break, you know.
Yeah,
Um yeah, liked it a lot.
I'm excited.
Very
I
very
like
true.
this full quote they have. Like having the language centers of your brain treated with a batch of medicinal maggots.
Kick
Uh,
ass game.
yeah,
And after that, or sometime around that time, I have another game I highlighted, which is Atelier Shally, uh, which was just a really, really, really good Atelier game, and it's uh, Atelier Shally is in the Dusk trilogy, which is if anyone who is a normal person would ever play an Atelier game, the Dusk trilogy is like the least horny Atelier games of the HD ones, at least by far. They are the ones that are most easily
Atelier
presentable
Shally,
to a normal
Alchemist of the
person.
Dusk Sea.
Um, I believe so. Atelier Dusk Sea. Yes. Um,
Yeah,
with the
I was like, do I want to look up images of this?
no,
Do I
yeah,
want to look
yeah.
up
This
images
is
of an Atelier game?
This is one of the ones that are not really horny at all. This was the last one in this trilogy, and like it's a real shame because that trilogy was just like aesthetically on point. Um,
As
but
far as
yeah,
I'm willing to scroll on Google Images, because Google Images.
Yeah, I really, really, really enjoyed it. It just kind of it had a really good balance between like the combat and the alchemy elements.
Oh,
Uh,
this is a horrible Wikipedia page. Look at this. Look at this fucking. I mean, I guess I do enjoy.
yeah.
Oh, and then here's the plot summary.
Yeah.
Someone went in depth on the gameplay for the game. It does not want to talk about the story though.
hmm But yeah, this was the first one where they genuinely just like stopped having a time limit system. And it has like a loose calendar. It is like a little bit for like the first go, it's a little bit like rough. Um the way you progress chapters instead of like having like a calendar, it's like a little bit weird. You can really easily just like accidentally trigger like the next chapter before you wanted to. It's a little bit rough in that aspect, but besides that, this was just a really really good one. Actually, like I usually don't really care about the story in these games, and like I didn't exactly care about the story, but I did really enjoy some of the characters in this one. Actually, I really like because it has two girls as protagonists. I really like the
It was
green
on
hair
Steam.
girl actually. Um, uh, I just thought like she was a really cute, like lazy teen character. Um, but yeah, I had a
I
great
mean,
time with this one.
she
It's
also clearly
definitely
has cat ears, cat ear head, hat. So
it's definitely, I mean, it is, I'm like very slowly playing through Atelier games in release order, or like, yeah. I mean, so it is like the most recent one I've played, but it is absolutely my favorite of the ones I played so far. It was just really, just like a really solid crafting RPG game that I liked a lot. And it's not horny.
which for an Atelier game is huge.
It has like, I think like, because this is like, it first released on the PS3, and then they did a Vita port, and they like added some bonus stuff, some bonus party members and stuff. And I think I did actually accidentally activate like the everyone goes swimming scene, and
Oh
even
no.
that was just like it was just a picture of like literally every character in the cast, like a bunch of guys also and a bunch of girls, and like everyone was like really like very normally clothed, and there was
Oh,
no
okay.
like weird poses with like butts or anything. Everyone was just
We
kind of
love
like
it. We love to
chilling
hear that.
by a pool
We love to hear
and
that.
just like talking about normal stuff.
So basically, if you're gonna play an Atelier game, play this one.
Yeah, I really liked it. It has like it is the third in a trilogy. It has references to earlier ones, but it's like you kind of get the gist. It's
Yeah.
like you meet the protagonists from earlier games, and they kind of just they like introduce themselves to the new main characters and say, "This was my deal," and you go, "Oh, okay." Like, yeah,
This was the
really
game I
fun.
was the protagonist for. Now it's your
Yeah.
turn.
Yeah, really
Trailer.
good one. Enjoyed it a lot. I'm gonna play the next one this year, probably see how that one is.
Yeah.
The next one is immediately gonna be horny. The next one has a 10-year-old immortal girl who dresses in a lingerie swimsuit. But yeah,
Take the wins where we can get with the non-horny one.
yeah. And then after that, I played Fuga, which was the CC2 furry strategy game. That was
Oh yeah,
nice.
yeah. Launch the
Like
soul
fun.
cannon and kill the kids or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Didn't wasn't my favorite thing in the world, but didn't hate it. It was solid. I'll play the sequel at some point. Hopefully, the sequel. Because the one thing I really didn't like about Fuga is just that you have the child eating cannon, but you're like never actually forced to
Yes,
use
I've
it.
heard a lot of criticism of that.
Yeah, I hope. I don't know if the sequel is gonna force you to use it, but I hope it does. I'll play it eventually at some point.
Uh,
Um, but other than that, like it was solid. It was fun. The gameplay is like really simplistic but really fun.
yeah,
Um,
I've a lot of complaints of like you really can just ignore the child eating cannon, which ruins it. Like
yeah.
the feeling of like we have to sacrifice the children to fire the cannon.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, you know, it's not. It's not like a threat.
Yeah, it doesn't. It isn't even like a consideration.
Yeah.
Like, if the game, and I don't even think the game is particularly easy. I did actually have to like restart a couple times,
Yes.
especially there is like a lot of resource management, and you usually it's usually not even boss fights. It's just because you're basically doing like gauntlets through stages, and I don't think you ever really get full heals. You're just going encounter to encounter to encounter, and I think you can get partial heals along the way, but never a full heal. And it's just like a really big resource management thing. And I did. There were a couple points like mid stage where I just like I'm just gonna restart because I've fucked up my resources so bad. So it isn't like easy, but it isn't hard enough for you to ever even like consider the canon.
Yeah.
At least on normal mode. I'm guessing
what
there's
I
a hard
heard.
mode, but yeah. But yeah, that was neat. I'll eventually play the sequel at some point.
Hopefully they make you child eat canon.
I love eating children. Yum.
Yummy.
Mods,
Next
clip
up-
that. Thank you.
Yay!
Clip that. Send it to the FBI. Thank you.
And after that, I play. I'll
I
just
don't
put
have
my chat,
mods.
'cause-
Fuck.
But you're the two of you are the closest things to it.
Shit, I'm too lazy.
W.
Crazy how crime walks free in this world.
Oh yeah, Stefani.
Yeah, after Fuga, I played Symphony, which not like a highlight of the year, but I really enjoyed Symphony.
Yeah.
It's got really good, really, really cool like retro visuals. Got some really cool aesthetic stuff in the game.
Yeah.
Fun platforming. The platforming is a little bit janky, but it's not like it's never like awful. And it's one of those games where like if you fall in a pit, you immediately get teleported to like where you stood before that.
Okay.
But yeah, it's not like the most amazing 3D platformer gameplay in the world, but I enjoyed it, and it had the run option where you can basically toggle an auto run, which I really enjoyed.
Yes, that's huge. If you just basically toggle auto run and then all you have to do is jump,
Yeah.
right? And I guess
Like
turn.
it definitely wasn't designed with that in mind. Like sometimes you have to make a couple tight jumps where like having that is a bit awkward, but it worked.
It definitely helps
then it
people
has,
not
like,
have
the-
to hold W and
Mhm.
cause RSI.
Yeah. And it has like the block puzzle boss fights, which was like fine. There's like an option to like decrease boss health to like make the block puzzle sections shorter, and I just toggle that just because like
Yeah.
the block puzzling was like fine. It wasn't like amazing, and I just like I don't need to be doing this the whole bar. But yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. It's very like it's a small indie game. It's a 2-person team.
Yeah.
They made Anodyne. I also played the Anodynes after this. But it's one of those like very personal indie games. Like the entire story is about like Asian American feelings, like
Okay. Okay.
feelings about being like having an Asian family living in America, or feelings about like not being fully like of the country you live in, or living in like an Asian country but being like half American and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Has some like COVID lockdown elements and stuff. Like
Okay.
because it has like some sci-fi plot stuff. But yeah, like, it felt very like booky in that way. Like not that it's very wordy, but just like it felt like a very like one person personal story, putting stuff, putting stuff
Yeah, I
from
get
their
you.
life into it and stuff. I really enjoyed the narrative. It was very like not like as a plot, but just like it had a lot of those like personal touches in it, and I thought it was enjoyable. So like I really liked it as a whole package, and just like each individual, like it's better than the sum of its parts.
Yeah.
The game, like the gameplay isn't fantastic, the whatever, but just like as a whole, it like comes together pretty good. So yeah, and then the Anodynes. Anodyne 1 is a solid Link's Awakening. Like I don't have as much to say about the Anodynes. They didn't like hit as hard for me. Anodyne 1 definitely like a really cool, solid Link's Awakening game. The bosses are really bad, but
Hey,
other than that, like
they were really
very
bad in Link's
cool.
Awakening too. So
Yeah, they're really, really, really bad. I just skipped the final boss. One of those games where I didn't beat the final boss because it was just so bad.
Fair
But
enough.
other than that, Anodyne 1 really good. Anodyne 2 is more experimental, more on the symphony side.
Oh.
It didn't click as well with me as Symphony. I think like because it has those sections where it has sections where you go into segments that are like Anodyne 1. And I think I would have actually liked it more if it didn't have the Anodyne 1 2D sections, if it was just all 3D instead. But yeah, very cool dev team. They have an upcoming game, a bump combat isometric 3D game that I'm gonna check out probably. Like I've become really interested in this team. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just had a little bit marathon through those games. And then I played Dungeons of Hinterberg, which whatever, I've talked about Dungeons of Hinterberg. It's like fine, but not what I want it to be.
Oh yeah, this upcoming game of theirs.
Yeah, Angeline era. Yeah. It looks very fun.
Holy, this is my
Yeah.
aesthetic.
Yeah, very interested in Angeline era.
You said Dungeons of Hindenburg.
Yeah,
Right,
Dungeons of
right.
Hinterberg, it's like it's not bad, but it's like it could have been really good and it wasn't. Uh
You said it. I remember you. I think when you were describing it, you, compared it to Breath of the Wild,
did I?
or said it was like similar in. I maybe I'm crazy.
No, I don't think I would have made Breath of the Wild comparisons. Um there's like yeah, not sure, but yeah, like
But
I
that
really
to
wanted to.
me, because I'm a Breath of the Wild hater, the point of me bringing that up is
Uh-huh.
red. That's a red flag for me. When someone compares it to that, I'm like, all right, not for me. Is what I was getting at.
Yeah, I don't remember if I did that.
I could be
But it's
misremembering.
yeah, it's no, because it's going for like older 3D Zelda, or like people say it's going for older 3D Zelda. I disagree. I mean, like it does have a dungeons aspect, which is it has the you're a guy running around and there's dungeons and you're doing dungeons aspect, but because like it's the Persona social links shit is so heavy.
Mm,
Um, I mean, I guess like gameplay wise, technically, yeah, it is most similar to an older 3D Zelda with the running around. But yeah, just like I really wanted to like it. It's not bad, but the Persona shit just like completely ruined the like pace of the game.
yeah,
Like I just wanted to run around and just like look around these genuinely really cool environments, but like no, you need to go back to town and you need to talk to someone to spend your day, and then you need to go to sleep, and in your room you need to do something at night, and then you need to wake up, and then you need to decide where to go next day, and it's like I just want to run around.
yeah, yeah,
And like the dungeons were pretty hit and miss, but like I would have been able to like forgive that if like everything else about the game was fine. Like if I didn't have other complaints about the game. Uh but yeah, like it's not a bad game. It's like it's a solid like 3 out of 5 stars, but yeah, it has stuff in it that like gestures at being something more, but it just yeah.
yeah.
Taking a sip and being bad at swallowing. And then I played Tales of Berseria, which kicked ass.
Okay.
Also, I mean, like, I would not. I don't actually think it's one of my games of the year. Um, and I don't know if I would. I don't know if it's even gonna stick with me. But it just like the experience of playing and enjoying Tales of Berseria kicked ass. It just like I talked about. It like reawakened my
Yeah,
playing and enjoying Tales of Berseria. Reawakened my playing 30, 40 hour like games and having a great time. Uh,
Berseria
games.
was the same because the one I had played before was Zisteria, and I hated Zisteria.
Hmm.
And then I played Berseria. I'm like, wait, this is actually This is actually fucking good.
Mhm.
Gameplay wise, I have to keep reaffirming gameplay
Yeah.
wise.
I still, by the end, I still don't really love the battle system. It did like click for me, and I did figure it out, and I did have a good time. But I still think I still think I prefer like the older like Symphonia Abyss,
Yeah, yeah.
Xperia, Xillia
There's
style.
a lot to be said. Zillia was really good too, gameplay wise.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the Cilia's gameplay wise. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, and
But I just like had such a great time just playing this.
yeah, yeah.
Just like a solid 7 out of 10 experience. Uh,
Absolutely a solid 7 out of 10 experience.
Sometimes all you need is a 7 out of 10 to fix you.
Yeah, that was me with Dragon Age Veilguard.
hmm Yeah, and I had a great time, which playing Tales of Berseria led me into replaying Final Fantasy X2 and realizing Final Fantasy X2 is one of my favorite games ever. So hell yeah.
Unfortunately, there's only the XX2 remaster, so
I Oh,
won't be
you
able
need
to
to
see.
enter your date of birth for
Yeah,
Final Fantasy X for the T rating.
yeah, for the T-rated
Um,
video game.
yeah, like, I mean, technically this is not new. I
Yeah,
had
that's
played it
10-2.
before, but
That's fine.
just wow. Final Fantasy X2 is one of the best games ever made. Like, it is a really annoying video game. Structurally, it sucks. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Structurally, like, it's like it's a game where like 80% of the content in the game is missable because it's structured so badly.
That's
Um,
incredible.
but it's just, you know, you're
Yeah,
just hanging out with the girls on the ship, you're high-fiving, you're gonna go steal some treasure, you're going,
Showtime girls.
yay! The battle system's really fun. The characters are genuinely really fun also. I actually genuinely like the story a lot, even if it's very silly. I
That's
had a
fine.
great time. One of my favorite games ever, maybe.
I should get around to playing 10 and 10-2 at some point in my life.
What can I do for you? She sings pop music.
Probably not the HD remaster that turns them into sim characters, though.
Also, really fucked up for 10 specifically. I think this is true of the HD remaster, because I think the HD remaster of 10 is based on the international version, which is based on the European version of 10, which is
Oh,
in
interesting.
the European version of 10 that was also then ported to 10 International in Japan. They added super bosses for like I think like super weapons or whatever. And those super bosses just spawn in towns earlier in the game, like in the middle of the game as you're playing. So if you're like, oh, I'm just gonna go back to this town and like there was a chest I missed or something, there's just a super boss standing there.
That's
And it
so
will kill you
fucking
immediately,
funny.
and you just can't go back to that town because there's a super boss in the way. Which is really interesting.
That's so funny. Um,
But yeah, 10 really fun. Don't love it as much myself. 10 too, one of the best games ever. Just love hanging out with the girls. And that's what I also I
yeah, the
replayed I
remakes are
had
based on the
replayed through.
previously Japan European exclusive FF10 International.
Uh-huh.
Just trying to look up. That's funny as fuck.
It's really funny. I don't know why they decided to implement them that way. Blitzball.
Oh, okay. International version of the game is released in Japan and PAL regions under its original title. Features
Yeah, the
content not
Dark
available on the
Aeons.
NTSC. Battles with dark versions of the game's Eons. Airship fight with Super Ross Penance. So yeah. But yeah, that's funny. That's funny as hell. I will probably
It's very
eventually play 10 and 10-2 at some point in my life. Not the internet or
Mhm.
not the HD remaster, though, because I don't want to deal with super bosses before towns while I look like I was made in The Sims.
Yeah. And yeah, that was. And then after that, I played Crow Country, and that was all my games of the year. Or, well, not all of them, but the ones worth mentioning.
Yeah.
That's my list.
Then I guess we should. Well, I'm gonna talk about other games I played this year first before getting to my
Mm-hmm.
game of the years.
I'm gonna quickly refill my mulled wine. Ooh.
I'm gonna games that I played this year but came out earlier. Sorry, I keep forgetting I have a different mute button for Discord and OBS.
Bruh,
So
I
you get to
played
hear me
like
grunt.
3 games this year, bro. I play the same games, then I cycle through them throughout the day, and then sometimes those change, and most of the time they don't.
That's
I'm
I
fine.
have been playing Infinity Nikki though. It is another gacha game, but this one's by Infold, so it's not MiHoYo. And it's just playing dress up. You play dress up, and
I'm
also
really
then
mad because I would play it, but I'm not because it's gacha. But Infinity Nikki is like they don't make games like that anymore. They don't make dress up girl games where you jump around. But there's this gacha.
it's really nice.
Sorry, I'm just pulling up VODs. Scroll through.
I'm just queuing up for OG Fortnite because they put OG mode in. This is a game, so I can talk about it. I don't know, dude. I just keep playing Fortnite. I think
That's
I have a
fine.
problem. I think I have a problem.
That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. I know a lot of people who keep playing Fortnite.
I just love thrashing toddlers in this game. School's out, and it's great for me.
That reminds me of see, fucking. First of all, fuck League of Legends, fuck Riot Games. But they're making that fucking they've been making that game for a while. That fucking 2XKO, which is the worst fucking name for a video game I've ever heard.
Oh right, yeah.
Fucking shit ass name. The League of Legends fighting game. And just for a long time, as someone who's played fighting games, it's been like a recurring thing that like can't wait for this game to come out so we can gatekeep League of Legends players from the fighting game community. And it just reminded me of that, just the thrashing 12-year-olds like beating up League of Legends players, picking up their new fighting game, and getting schooled by fighting game players.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I'm not a fan of most game types because I'm not good at games. I've come to learn that there are many game types I'm not good at. Though, I'm sorry, did I just pick up a bush? A bush is a placeable legendary item in Fortnite? Okay. No, fair enough. No, I didn't know. I was unfamiliar with Amazing Bush. Never mind, can't say that. It's funny. Sorry. I'm I'm
You're
losing
fine.
my mind. But the Fortnite, yeah, they put OG mode in there, and
Yep.
it's like it's still freaking Fortnite, but it's like the original map.
Yep.
And a bunch of other shit. I got to admit, I'm not a huge fan. Oh my god, I'm getting shot at. Where the fuck? I don't even see where they're shooting me from. Hello? Can you chill? Fuck you, I'm going. I'm leaving. Whatever. But it was really funny because when that it came out and people were like, oh, OG Fortnite and all this, like people are like really apparently like play it very differently, and people get like really, really try hard in this game, so they apparently had to add bots because people kept complaining.
Yeah, the Fortnite's had bots for a while.
No, but they didn't have it in OG mode.
Oh, I see. That's funny as hell.
Like they had to add it to this game mode
Yeah,
because
because
people were
it would have
mad.
been OG, so it wouldn't have had bots. That's funny. That's so fucking funny.
Yeah, people got real upset. it's like it sucked for me particularly because when you get the battle pass, Fortnite battle pass, you get some cool shit. Ah, I've jumped on a tire. I'm so sorry. I bounced. um, but it's just really funny because it's just like you get a lot of experience by playing this game mode. Which helps me level up the battle pass, which helps me get more V-Bucks, which helps me save for Miku.
Miku.
Ooh, you.
So I'm a little upset because they're adding like her songs for the jam tracks, but do you guys want to take a little bit of a guess as to what the songs are?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's like Automataguchi, which is I understand it's iconic. That is quite literally Miku Miku Uiu.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then Daisy 2.0.
Don't know that one.
Yeah, that's because it's from an artist called Ash Nico, an American like major like pop artist, who remade a song and put a verse with Miku in it. And the entire thing is when that came out, everyone collectively decided that shit was cheeks.
I have never heard this either.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations. I mean, you're not missing much. It is quite literally just a song she already released, but she added a verse for Miku in it.
Yay.
And it wasn't great.
So it's not even a Miku song.
Yep. But then everyone was immediately like, oh, English Miku fucking sucks. And I'm like, I think you guys need to realize that that song is not Miku. That was made by a major pop label brand who did not know what Vocaloid was, but their artist was like, I like Miku and I want to do a song with them. And so they said, okay. And then they hired some random fucking person who that day picked up the Vocaloid software.
Yeah, the thing is, this is actually a criticism. Like, actually, English Miku is bad because, like, you can't just download Vocaloid and just have it put in words for English Miku to sing because it's gonna
Yeah.
sound like shit. You need to be like math lady and be doing like poor math lady guy in a lab staring at mixture to make English Miku sound good. Which is true of most of the older English Vocaloids also.
Yeah.
Thinking about the live and learn.
Miku.
Miku. But the actual one they released, which was so
Yeah,
bad.
the actual.
I can't. You can't say like not at you guys, but people saying English Vocaloid sucks when we're getting the Miku Uiu as well, which is good. It is very good. Banger. I will stand by that. But yeah, no, English Miku does suck. Yeah?
I have a confession. I actually think Miku Miku Uiu is a bad song.
Get the hell. Okay, you know what?
Okay, sorry.
Vote kick this guy! Eject this guy from the ship!
Ban.
Oh fuck! Oh shit!
You can come back now, Maya. That was just for the joke.
Oh, guys, I just got banned from the Cromulent Discord. Those guys fucking suck.
Fuck those guys.
I was just like
Yes.
stating my opinion, man, and then I was banned?
I did have to. I was looking for the disconnect because I did not want to hit the ban button. But yeah, I think it's a good song. I like it. Your opinion is also valid, but mine is the correct one.
I wish Goku
Yeah.
would Fortnite with me with Snoop Dogg right now, but neither of them are looking at me, and that makes me sad.
I'm sorry, but we are twitch.tv/Cromulent and not twitch.tv/AbstractCactus, so I am the correct opinion here.
Okay, Christ. Guys, I also have a question. Miku isn't my favorite voice bank.
That's fine.
Oh, okay. Woo! Got that on my chest. See, I don't know what you're talking about. It's so easy to not get banned.
I don't think Miku is anyone's favorite voice bank here.
Yeah, the thing about something just came to mind and it made me upset. I just remembered that a person tried to argue with me that Love is War is not an iconic Miku song.
Is that person 10?
No, that person was that person is Redacted's boyfriend.
Oh. The thing is, like, it's sadly true for Zoomers, because, like, Love is War is, like, old now, so, like, babies who only play Project Sekai don't even know it, which is really sad, but it is iconic.
Yeah, they're like, it's not iconic, it's not up there with iconic songs, they're like, I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a fucking Supercell song!
Oh my god, That's Snoop Dogg is so throwing grenades at me.
Funny. Anyways, to pivot back to this, because we will never get back on otherwise.
Sorry, I just
You're fine. You're absolutely fine.
I just start barking.
I wanted to start talking about games I played this year for the first time but did not come out this year, and we're starting with my game of the year for games that did not come out this year. Resident Evil 2 1998. Let's fucking go.
Best to ever do it.
I've unmuted my VOD, so I will be hearing myself speak in these VODs, which is very awkward. Corporation starting to be old zombies, huh? But holy shit, was Resident Evil 2 1998 like an almost perfect video game?
Hell yeah.
RE2R, the remake. Very good remake. Very good. I kind of prefer the 1998 PlayStation 1 version, I'm gonna be honest.
Hell yeah, it's fucking good. That's why, it's so good.
I have PlayStation 1 brain rot. But
yes, we are boomers.
Yeah. Woo.
I don't know how to feel with the bowgun.
You guys kick me out of the boomer circle? I'm like, oh, nuts.
Hey, Kelpie's not sounding very enthusiastic here, huh?
Oh, sorry, I'm not, like, old.
Do you think
whatever.
Kelpie's sus?
I think you need to get banned again.
This game was really, 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 really good. There was nothing cheap feeling. Well, fuck Super Tyrant. Super Tyrant was an awful boss fight.
Oh, I will. I mean,
that's
what?
Fine.
Who said that?
No,
Maya, that's weird. Why'd you say that?
Owl's not on the call. Someone's got to say it.
I'm saying it for him.
Hal
is playing Marvel Rivals. We've lost him.
Yeah, I saw.
I'm so sad. No, Pookie! Don't download Overwatch, but worse somehow.
Never mind. I don't have the ammo for this. God, I'm just rewatching this and like I fucking love PlayStation 1 Resident Evil games. Inventory management, a bit rougher in RE2 1998 versus RE1 1996. RE1, for the most part, has a perfectly fine inventory management system. It would not be harmed by having more spots in your...
Now, the real question to judge whether it's good or not is how many fish can you fit in your inventory at any given moment?
0. You can't go fishing in the place.
Okay, worst fucking game in the world.
Fair enough. RE1 would benefit from a couple extra slots. But for the most part, there's no... Until, like, the end of the game where you have to have 3 fucking ammo discs. Unless you want to run back. Or if you just want to ignore Chris or Jill in prison and let them explode. That
sounds good.
But for the most part, there aren't really multi-item puzzles. Like, there's the crests at the beginning, but you can really slot them in. I know I'm just talking about RE1 instead of RE2 right now, but it's important. You can just slot them in, like, ASAP and not have to carry around 3 crests in your inventory. RE2 suffers a bit more because, again, you have a big multi-item puzzle, right? Like,
yeah.
Leon has the chest plugs, Claire has the like Mayan, Aztec. I'm not quite sure which one. Inca. My bad for lumping all of these very different cultures together. I'm white. I apologize. But like the reliefs, statue reliefs.
Mhm.
So now when I enter and okay, man, how many of you are there? That was me saying there was nothing really cheap. Immediately seeing me turn a corner and get eaten by a zombie, didn't know was there. And me shooting another one dead. That's funny as hell. You don't really have the opportunity to slot them in early because of how long it takes you to actually get to where you slot them in, and you do need 4 of them. There is an item box though, like right before each of those. I would really love to just eat the herb on the So there is like an item box right before you actually need to slot them in, which is nice. But it is a bit rough. With the inventory, I do really like one thing I really like about RE2 1998 is the differences between A and B are real.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
slight,
yeah.
but they're real, as opposed to RE2R, where a B route replaces like the first 10 minutes of your routing, and that's it. Okay. And then it changes the actual inputtable solutions to a couple puzzles, but not much else.
Wait, RE2 remake? I thought it changed the storyline.
No.
For when you play Claire.
When you play Claire or Leon, yes, but not when you do an A side or a B side playthrough.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Also,
I don't play video
you're
games.
Fine. You're fine. Also, it changes the story, but the actual everything about the gameplay is identical, except for Claire gets a grenade launcher, Leon gets a shotgun, and a flamethrower.
What the heck? What is with this privilege?
The grenade.
I think we should get Leon, take him out of there, and lock him in Hal's basement as punishment.
Sure. I guess I'll support that.
Let's go! Finally, a present my wife will enjoy.
But otherwise, like, you fight the same bosses and everything. I will not take... In RE2 1998, Leon and Claire have, like, different bosses, for the most part. Leon has, like, the G1 fight, the first time you fight, Birkin, is Leon exclusive. Claire has a fight with, like, some monster that pops out of the fucking chief.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And then, after that, the bosses are the same, but it splits for A and B. So, you both of them will fight G2 on the train. But, after that, never see Birkin again on a B route. You're instead dealing with Mr. X, Tyrant. And it really does feel like it feels like the two paths are going at the same time. Unlike RE2R, where you're doing the exact same stuff, which is weird. It's like, oh, so Claire has also killed G1, and now we're going through the same place and killing G1 again. A bit weird. RE2R, there are specific things that if you do in an A route, will change the B route. So...
I don't like that, I don't think.
There's only one thing that actually detrimentally affects, and that's... you can pick up the side pack, which gives you 2 extra inventory slots. But if you do that in Route A, you can't do that in Route B, because your Route A person has already picked it up. Oh, hey, I got some acid round.
That's dumb, I think. I don't like that.
That's fair. But so in, like, this playthrough, I pick it up with Claire. And then Leon, I didn't ever get that extra 2 inventory slots on Leon, which I didn't need because I had so much fucking ammo with a shotgun. I could just use the shotgun and Magnum for the entire game, pretty much.
Hell yeah.
Ammo is very forgiving in both the original Resident Evil 1 and 2. Resources are so, like, healing can be rough, probably. I don't know. I never really needed it too much. Or I didn't feel like it did. But ammo, you will pretty much always have the ammo to just shoot things to death and not have to avoid them.
Yeah.
That's weird. I feel like whenever Hal told me about playing it, he would all, or like I watched Hal play it. Maybe this is just a testament to how Hal plays differently, but I remember Hal was just like, it's more ammo efficient to kind of just like knock shit out rather than kill it.
In original or 2? Or remake,
2.
sorry.
Remake.
Yes, in remake, yes.
Okay. Sorry, you guys,
Yeah, we're boomers talking about the original.
Yeah, you're old.
Yeah.
But it's just more like I have attempted to play those. The only thing is that because they are old, they are shitty PC ports 9 times out of 10.
Well, I
like
don't think they
barely
even have
function.
PC ports because the originals.
I might have seen them around.
They might.
I've heard of. I think there are, yeah, but they're like really old, yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah.
Yeah,
there's a PC port for the original.
Yeah, no, I just remember like because it was a PC port, like unfortunately it just wasn't great, but that's more just like most PC ports just generally tend to not be epic. Yeah, it's just like you'd be pressed to find a PC port.
Yeah, I just played the PlayStation 1 version emulated.
Yeah, I played I think 2 minutes of RE4 original, but the controls were so difficult for me.
Yeah, I remember this story.
Because I'm bad. And also, like, you do that village part where you're just trying to survive. Bro, I alt F4'd the game. That shit was scary. That shit was scary with tank controls. That shit, I was fighting for my life. I didn't like that. I turned around.
Going to bingo.
I didn't. I closed them because I was sobbing.
That's fair.
I was like, oh, no. You don't like it.
Completely fair. And we have not saved at a typewriter once. We used a single first aid, and we're like halfway through the game. Also, we're only one thing specifically about the AB routing in original that I was going to talk about is there's a part where you get like a power cord to connect electronic shutters, close shutters, prevent zombies from getting in. Makes sense. Sorry, I'm ordering food on the side.
Lucky, get me some. I want French fry.
I'm ordering Taco Bell. I'm a freak.
Oh, never mind. Keep that shit.
Yeah. Because I got a bunch of Christmas money. I can order food, buy $100 worth of Steam games, buy a $300 Perfect Grade Gundam. I still have more money.
Damn, hell yeah.
Which Perfect Grade Gundam is ready for me to pick up, by the way. So I'm doing that.
Yeah.
Either after stream today or tomorrow. Yeah, so you get a power cable and there's 2 shutters that you can close.
Oh yeah.
When you close the shutter, there's a part where zombies will break in. They will not break in the place that you've closed the shutter in. Makes sense. That's an A route only. In B route, the shutter will already be closed, but when the zombies break in, the shutter will bug out and open because it's like broken. Like the cable is broken, the power box is fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And so the shutters will open and the zombies will break in through that room. But they will not spawn in the other room that did not have the shutters closed. So basically, the cable adds this like thought process of um you block off one corridor in route A, but the opposite corridor in route B.
Yeah.
And that was just a really fun like thing I had to think of and like plan out.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the inventory system mostly fine. Like I don't remember having too many issues with like not enough space, except for maybe on Leon B where I didn't get the extra side side pouch. But I did have 9 quadrillion shotgun ammo and magnum ammo, and I just okay. That's the medallion. I was scanning through the video and I actually click on one that's just 8 as tits, but it's because the medallion is focusing on the neck that she had.
It do be Ada's tits.
Her polygons.
Her.
But yeah, like I
Lara
had
Croft.
31 shotgun shells halfway through the game.
Yeah, that's very.
Hi, Sailor Embryon. Have you been? It's very forgiving. Right, I gotta actually.
Yeah, I think because I replayed one original this year, and yeah, I think both. It's been like I don't know because I have played 1 and 2. I haven't played 3. I don't remember or like I had a neighbor with a PlayStation 1, and we played 1 and 2, but that was when I was like 10 or whatever. So I revisited 1 this year, and I'll probably revisit 2 soon as well. So my memory isn't like the greatest, but like with having replayed 1 and my memories of 2, I feel like I do think both 1 and 2 they would benefit from like just like 2 more slots of inventory, but it's like it's kind of a situation where if you know what you're doing and what you actually need to carry, it's fine. But because I had this tendency when I replayed 1, I have a tendency of like carrying more shit than I actually need just in case. And if you're like that, like me, then it can be a bit clunky with the limited slots you have.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's just through there in the remake. I'm pretty sure. You basically you have room for 2 weapons. For me, it's more impactful. Their ammo and 1 key, and then you have a flex slot. That's kind of how you wind up playing the original Resident Evil games.
Mm-hmm.
And I would always like instantly slot the medallion, like the crests that I needed, and then otherwise just have my like flex key and empty slot for anything I might need to pick up, and then always a pistol and shotgun, which means you wind up not having a room for healing, which is an issue in 1. It is an unfortunate issue for the first game. And in the remake of 1, it's a way bigger issue.
Oh yeah.
The remake of 1, which I played, the inventory is a lot rougher. And they make up for it by giving Jill 2 extra slots.
The Master of Unlocking.
Jill gets 8 inventory slots. But I played Chris, because I played Jill in the original one. So I was Chris with no fucking inventory.
Yeah, my style is I only carry 1 weapon, but I rotate my weapon depending on how much ammo I have. So I'll carry the weapon I have the most ammo for, and then like switch out at the next box. That's what I do.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I had to do that for Chris at some point. It was rough. It was rough out there for Chris.
Yeah.
With his inventory. Dude, I love the Mr. I actually really very much enjoy Mr. X in the original. Sorry, I just saw he showed up here. He's showing up here. He's very different. Mr. X doesn't follow you.
There he is.
I shot him with 3 Magnum shots and that's it. And then I got more Magnum bullets. So it was absolutely worth it. But
hell yeah.
bro. That's why I got this thing on me. He doesn't follow you. He's completely scripted.
Yeah.
And you can shoot him, knock him down, pick up loot every encounter. that it's a very different feeling, and I in some ways actually kind of enjoy it more because it's like, oh, suddenly Mr. X is here because you have forgotten him. He's not a constant threat. And then suddenly you have Mr. X again. But I do think, for the most part, him stalking you throughout the entire game is kind of peak for RE2R. That's something they really did well.
It is very fun.
Mr. X significantly less annoying than Nemesis. I hated Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, the original.
Oh, great.
We're basically just talking about the entire franchise at this point, the PlayStation 1 games, because I was talking about 1 a lot. The reason I have specifically 2 here is I think 2 really improved on 1. 1 was a really good game. 2 improved on it. And I think Resident Evil 2 1998 is kind of the peak Resident Evil. Which is a very early peak. But they're all really good games, so I don't care about it.
Sorry.
When I say peak, it's like if the second game in your 8-game series is peak, that sounds kind of bad. Because that means everything else has been worse. But they're all really high quality, so even though I call the second one of the 8-game series peak, the rest of the games are all very good too, except for 3, which I hate. But you go.
Yeah, just saying, like, RE2 is one of those just like classic video game sequel situations where just like they had a really good first game and then they made a sequel that was just like a little bit more brushed up and just like even better. Like,
yeah.
Why am I struggling to think of examples now? Like Sonic 2. Like,
yeah.
Why am I? It's just like a classic video game thing where just like they make a good game and then I make a sequel that's like even better. It's just like very classic. But yeah, 1 is all. I'll have because like I played it when I was kids, and I'm definitely gonna replay 2 sometime soon. But yeah, for me, I'll have to replay 2 and like evaluate them, but they're both peak in my mind. Yeah.
Yeah. I really enjoyed RE2 1998.
Yeah.
Nemesis, however, I fucking hated. I was very much not having a fun time with Resident Evil 3 Nemesis 1999.
The staircase animation.
You could really tell the game came out a year later. Let's go down. Let's scroll down. Yeah. These zombies be groaning and moaning on it. It being your brains. Very funny title. So the best way I can describe it is very early on. I know this is an optional fight. Your first fight with Nemesis, right? At the stars, at the Raccoon City Police Department. Every fight with Nemesis is optional. You're kind of supposed to not fight him a lot, but you can, and you get rewards and goodies. So I wanted to do it. This fight with Nemesis sucked ass. The point where I literally said, fuck it. I enabled infinite health cheat, I enabled infinite ammo cheat to just down the Nemesis this first time.
In the corner.
And because of that, the cheat bugged out, and even though I had disabled it, it was functional. It wasn't functionally. It just was. It was just active constantly, and I had infinite ammo for the entire game, and I still had a bad time.
Damn.
So that's how you know I had a bad time with the game.
Yeah.
Jill has a dodge. You have a little funny dodge in this game. The little funny dodge sucks fucking ass and sends you into a corner, and you don't actually dodge because you're in the corner.
Not the grab.
Nemesis will grab you and throw you around, and you have to mash the button to get up. That sucked ass.
Oh, it's exhausting having to mash out of the grab.
Then this is when I fucking toggled the cheat. I said fuck it. I toggled the cheat, and I got. This is when I did it right here. Pulled up the shotgun.
This is my own fault. I'm being stupid about this.
I don't know. I guess.
Oh yeah.
This took me a while. This took me a while before I gave up, I guess.
Quick ending. No, thank you.
Yeah, this is when I was enabling it. There's some RNG in the original 1993 or 1999 version where you get different things. Like there's, oh, you get different things.
1999 video game. I get it.
There are
It was our
like
first time doing
slight
it.
variations. So there's a weapon you get early on in the Raccoon City Police Department, but it's RNG
The evidence room.
if it's the Magnum or the grenade launcher,
0513.
and the other one will be in a different location. I got the Magnum early on. The Magnum with infinite ammo for the entire game.
Hell yeah.
It still had a bad time because the Magnum actually kind of sucks with its fire rate in this.
Boarded up. Interesting.
Well, zombie just kind of swarmed you.
Or
I also just didn't really enjoy running around like a ruined Raccoon City. I've always like enjoyed the interiors, the weird mansion,
Anyone here?
the
Menu?
the weird police station,
Your citizen sakes of the kind.
like all of that, right? The weird Baker House in RE7, incredible. RE7 is a great game, great game. Biggest issue with RE7 is everything is a fucking bullet sponge.
I don't really want to go all the way there just for grenade rounds.
But the actual like setting and everything, amazing. But yeah, I didn't really enjoy running around Raccoon City. There's a whole part in a clock tower which is very short, but if they like made that the entire game, that'd be one thing.
I'm dying. You're right about
Because
now.
weird interior, right? But yeah. Oh, there's a part at the end where you're in a park and you have to go from one end of the park, like you start in the middle of the park and you have to go to like the east end, all the way to the east end to pick up a key. Then you have to take all the way to the west end, which you have to open a door to get another key that you take all the way back to the east end. That was dumb as hell. And then you fight an awful boss. All of the boss fights. So Resident Evil is a franchise. The boss fights suck ass. The entire franchise.
Yeah.
RE4 probably is the best boss fights in the series because other than the giant fish, which sucks ass, they're fine. The Resident Evil 4 boss fights are fine. They're not awful. They're whatever. They're all right.
I think also the cage guy, but just because I suck with that guy.
Oh my god, the cage fight! I forgot about the cage fight.
Yeah, but other than that, the water serpent and the cage guy.
It's because the cage guy is like less of an actual boss fight and more like a
Yeah,
like a
it's kind of like a
mini-boss.
puzzle sequence thing, but I'm just bad at that
Yeah,
segment.
that section sucks ass. You're in a tiny little cage. You have to shoot the lock, get out, while this guy's swinging everything. I rocket launcher him. And when in my replay of RE4 original, I had the infinite rocket launcher at that point, and I just rocket launched him. I think it's not even like in the remake too, which is nice. Like there is still like the blind, like that enemy, right, still exists,
Mm-hmm.
but you're not trapped in a tiny cage with him at any point. I could be wrong. I get the original and the remake confused a lot, but yeah, that fight sucks. But for the most part, the bosses are fine. El Gigante, fine. Fucking Salazar, fine. Sadler, fine.
Mm-hmm.
The Big Cheese, I don't remember his name. Fine. Nothing really horrid. The boss fights in 3 suck ass. There's a boss fight with Nemesis at the end. This was miserable. Where is it? Would have been here. In the acid room. So you have to
Please move.
you have to shoot these little like here. You have to spray acid on him, and to do that, you have to shoot these valves. There, I shot it there, and the acid comes out. You can't fucking shoot these valves because it's fixed camera angles and Resident Evil aiming. It's impossible to hit them. You also auto aim when you pull out your weapon. You auto aim to Nemesis.
I'm unafraid to say this.
Oh god.
This is a horrible boss fight. This was miserable as hell. See, this is me auto aiming to Nemesis instead of the tag. It's like I can't tell if I'm aiming at it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm literally constantly loading the save to there. And you have to do it when he's under it, or else he walks away. But half the time he's under it, he's also hitting you.
Yeah.
So, that was a boss fight. That was probably the worst boss fight in the franchise. Then you have this really awkward, like, you have to charge up this railgun to shoot him while he's stomping around. This was awkward and annoying. At this point, I was 7 hours into this game. I was very frustrated with it. Not having a fun time. Yeah, fuck Resident Evil 3, the original. This is not on my Game of the Year list. Resident Evil 2, 1998 was peak. But that game sucked ass. Another game I want to talk about that came out. I'm still talking about games that aren't my Game of the Year, so did not come out this year. Is Card Shark. Card Shark is a very unique, very fun game. That's all about like card tricks and conning and cheating at poker and stuff.
There's the Ace of Diamonds, the fourth card.
And you like learn all these like false deals and tricky shuffles. And it's such a unique game.
Hunting ground in the past. They look at the man.
About being in like old
I want to handle this.
France. Not quite sure the era.
How do I do this?
Some sort of ye old.
I can get 3.
Yeah, it's like Louis the. It's like 18th century. It's like very close, but pre-revolutionary.
Oh, okay, I know how to do that.
That tracks.
And so you have to like figure out ways.
I fucked that up.
To draw cards, stack the deck.
I didn't pay attention. He was not the last to deal anymore. 3 of clubs.
Learn how to shuffle, and you get all sorts of tricks. And you have to there's like the learning, and then there's the actual doing it in practice, where you have like a suspicion meter, and you have to do it without them getting too suspicious. Like, I get it. Like here, they have this person suspicious meter, and I'm trying to like deal everything out quickly, so that we scam them before they get too sussy
Did you win, Monsieur?
about us.
As a feather, I need to...
Very fun. There were a couple of very awkward tricks. Like, I literally just clicked to it, and I guess I managed to find the one that I hated, because I said, I hate this one in my VOD. There were a couple that probably felt better on a touchscreen than mouse controls.
Oh, yeah.
And I also had a very unfortunate ending. So there's multiple endings. Because, like, the end of the game is, like...
I hate that so much. I forgot that a 10 is a low.
Wow, I had so many fucking bots. Because I just clicked and see the chat. Message lead by moderator. Message lead by moderator. Message lead by moderator. Also, I think this is when my grandmother called me probably on stream once. I had to, like, wait for, like, a 20-minute call. Because I see, still on phone, sorry. Still on the phone, sorry again. I said to keep updating the chat. Grandma called, need to take this, give me a few. Yeah. This is probably around when she went to get a whole month. Probably why I was on the phone with her for 30, 40 minutes. She is not in the hospital. Anyone.
And
but yeah.
first you do the one that I don't know how to
So,
minimize.
the very end of the game, you're like, you are making a choice between who you are siding with by dealing them the winning hand. You can also just let fate play it out and not cheat, which is what I was trying to do. There's specifically like an achievement for that, indicating that that's specifically an ending, and that's what I was trying to do, but it wouldn't let me like ignore it. I was trying to just not do it, and it basically, I got the ending. I was like, okay, now move on, and it wouldn't move on.
You were saying I thought you might be innocent?
And then I got the caught cheating at the end ending because of that, and that made me very upset. Because I guess I was supposed to set it up as if I was cheating, and then ignore the basically you're stacking the deck to give someone all 4 aces, right? And I was like, oh, I'm not gonna do that, and I did not stack the deck to be all 4 aces, like dealable and all that. But I guess the idea is you're supposed to, and then just not deal out the aces. So I got a fucked up ending because of that, and it sucked.
Leaving you the unfinished.
And I tried to like see if I could go back. No, I just immediately New Game Pluses you.
Does it reset me back to the very beginning?
And I didn't want to go through the entire game again to get an ending.
I think it does reset you all the way back to the very beginning.
And it was just unfortunate. The game itself, very good, very unique game. Absolutely wanted to talk about it because of that, right?
Yeah.
I think it has
really cool.
many flaws, which is why even if it had come out this year, it would not be Game of the Year. But that's fine. And it's a very unique game that deserves to be talked about, right? And that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Absolutely, for the most part, recommend this game, with the caveats of it has its issues, but
what a massive table to play poker at.
Very, very interesting and unique game. We're gonna follow this up with My Friendly Neighborhood, which is a survival horror game at Sesame Street. And I have a type. It's survival horror games.
I mean, it gets confusing for people.
This was actually like, this was a very good and genuine game. Like, you see the concept and you're like, great, another mascot horror game, right? But no, this is a real-ass game. This is a real game. That's a real-ass survival horror game.
Okay, I see.
That's silly Sesame Street, but also genuine. It's a very genuine game with real-ass, like, Resident Evil style puzzles.
How are you?
And, like, a very genuine story about
interior eating games,
like, being positive. And like there's like talks about like a war that happened, and your character was in that war and is very affected by it, and it's never really like
backtracking with the diet.
talked about, but it is hinted at, right? And he's just like miserable and sad and hates everyone, and you're just in this puppet show that just wants to be a happy, positive force in people's lives, but constantly gets like brought down by the negativity surrounding it and all that, right? And it ends with like there's just this like you just help all of these sad puppets like move on and be happy and like connect with them, and the ending is you take over the studio,
I believe it,
and you bring it back and you revive it, and this it is like a hopeful ending but an ambiguous one, because you don't know if the future will work out. But you never do. And you still try anyways. And like you get fired from your job as a maintenance guy.
Yeah, but you don't need a maintenance job anymore. You're now the head of a studio.
But like, you're still hopeful for the future and all that. And I remember reading some shit ass review where the person, first of all, the person in the review wholeheartedly, with their whole ass admits to having pirated the game. Which is a very odd thing to do in your review for a game.
The thing is, like, stealing a game, whatever, but, like, going and reviewing the game...
And then blatantly talking about how you stole it.
You don't need to bring it up if you
Yeah,
really want to make that review.
If you really want to make a review for a game that you pirated, don't mention it. But they were like, yes, I did it, and I wouldn't have bought this game, and I'm glad I did, because it was a very negative review for the game, for no real reason other than the person was just a hater. And they talk about, like, oh, the good ending for the game is giving up on your job and chasing your dreams, and that's supposed to be good? And it's like, yes, that's supposed to be good.
It's like a classic, like improving your life, being true to yourself ending.
Literally, it is such like a normal like exactly what you said. And the person
Like
is like,
escaping the corporate grind and like making your dreams come true.
yeah, and the person is like, and this is supposed to be the good ending, you getting fired. Like, it was so funny. But like, yeah, this game, very genuine, very fun, very actual. Like, yeah, you made a survival horror game. Parentheses positive, not like you tried to and you did. You succeeded, and you made it like a very sweet and genuine and hopeful game.
I feel like I saw that, Clover.
And it was made by the brother of the person who made Dusk, which is a boomer shooter. And you can tell that because you just have the ability to right-click your weapons at any time to just spin them, just like in Dusk. But they are a very powerful brothers.
I want to go up here.
Who make very good games, judging by Dusk and this game. And also, the guy who made Dusk is the guy who made Iron Lung as well.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Let's pull this up. Because also, I think they made something else recently. Iron Lung, store page. Zemansky. Oh, right, they did that, like, silly demo for, like, a silly Harry Potter parody game. Which, normally I'm like, wizard. Just move on from the wizards. That wizard era. But it was a silly game that was probably good. But yeah, they're a very good game. My Friendly Neighborhood. Absolutely loved it. This one, oh, that's Pseudo Regalia. Then we have Paradise Killer. Paradise Killer, another very unique and very weird game.
Shit has happened down on the island.
You are an investigator. Basically,
The syndicate's lead investigator.
you're part of this group of people who worship evil, chaotic, eldritch space gods.
Island sequence.
Who enslaved humanity. And then humanity rebelled and killed most of them. And you're like a secret syndicate who has spent millennia trying to create paradise and bring back the gods. by kidnapping people, taking them to these islands, making them worship the gods,
Big-ass platform in the sky.
and like try and create the perfect paradise. You are Lady Loved Eyes, an investigator who was deceived by another god to bring about the end of the islands, and then as punishment, you were exiled for eternity. But the entire council of the syndicate has been murdered by the start of the game, and thus your
Fuck yeah.
exile has
We're
been.
2D.
Oh yeah, everyone's 2D, just this PNG.
Lydia, it's been too long.
I'm glad you're back.
You are freed from your exile to investigate the murder of the council, and it is very much like half of the game is like kind of vibing around this fucking vaporwave ass island, and investigating and like collecting little collectibles, doing little side quests, actually investigating the scene of the murder, and other related crime scenes as you learn. And then the other half is like interrogating everyone and talking to them and all that, and then like taking them to trial. You are not the good guy. This is very clear for the game. You, like the group of people that you are, the organization that you are not the good guys. You are kidnapping people en masse, forcing them to worship evil Eldritch space gods, constantly sacrificing them. Y'all are evil. And it is very clear through the entire game. But it is really just like, it's such an incredibly unique game and vibe, and it is actually so good. It is a very surreal and incredible game.
Oh yeah.
I loved this game. I got this game. It was on my radar for a while, but what made me pick it up finally was one of the artists for this game is one of the people who made Sorry We're Closed, which is a game we'll talk about later.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, like you can definitely tell that with Shinji, the fucking demon.
Mhm.
This guy.
Yeah.
You can tell immediately. You're like, okay, yeah. But very unique game. Very fun game. Very special game. Absolutely love this game. I won't go deep into spoilers because it is a very story-based game and all that. Crimson Acid, I'm single if you're ever looking for someone. She got her goat head and big ass tatas out. But you have like a trial at the end for all of the cases you have, and you really, a big thing is like you are making the truth. But it's like, I didn't mean to do that. What did I do?
This seems pretty straightforward.
I clicked the fucking mini player. That's why. But it's like your facts become truth, right? So you can really end any of the cases and come up with your own theories and all that. And it's very flexible and open. But there is like a very much obvious true, right? Like actual solution to the cases, but you really can just treat it however you want and make it how you want, because it's your facts becoming the truth. It's your truth that you are making. And I love it. I love Paradise Killer. Very, very incredible game. Two other games on my list of games that I played this year but did not come out this year were Lost Judgment, the sequel to Judgment. Fucking love this game. Very fun game. I think it definitely has its issues. I think the story for Judgment 1 was better. The combat for Judgment 2 is so fucking clean and so incredible. The other big game was the Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous game. I'm just gonna like pull out various VODs for them. And like scroll through. It's open season. Why did I just do fucking Blade quotes for my Lost Judgment titles for the first section? I remember that. But it really is. It is Lost Judgment is Judgment 2. You're a fucking silly little guy being a detective, doing silly little things. A big chunk of it involves high school bullies. You really beat the shit out of these high school bullies over and over and over again. A high school student, by the way, that I just jammed his head into the ground like that. That was a teenager. You just see me here. I'm just running around killing these high school students. look how clean this combat is. Look how, not necessarily clean, but like look at this combat. This is me being very silly with it.
It's almost toxic.
This is me just spamming the wall jump move because it is a very fun move to do. Very fun game. The big side content for this game is the school stories. You become the club advisor for a bunch of school clubs and like infiltrate them because there's this whole fucking conspiracy involving students.
Was that
and so there's the rhythm game for the dance club.
Tsunami, I love you.
You
love me.
Yeah, because there's no karaoke in the Judgment games.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're a real life actor, singer, Japanese pop star. I don't remember his name, but
right, Keihin Ford.
It's like
who was cancelled for smoking weed.
If I was ever in danger, I would be okay.
I think this is the guy who was like actually like because drugs are such a stupidly huge issue in Japan.
Might be the Neo Keihin gang getting tapped.
Was he?
It was like, was it? I thought it was the maybe it was someone else. I thought it was the Judgment guy.
There, one of like the major characters in the original Judgment did coke.
Can't stop yet. I haven't saved enough money for coke.
Maybe that was it.
Thing. It was not.
Yeah.
It was Pierre Taki, one of the game's actors. Did cocaine and got scrubbed from it.
That's what it
the
was,
main character is Takuya Kimura, who was big Japanese pop star heartthrob.
Mm-hmm.
But did not get canceled for. Another Yakuza.
Sorry, Mr. Guy.
One of the guys in Yakuza 4 also got canceled because of drug usage, but he didn't actually do it. It was just an allegation that was proven false, and then still, like, he was like, "I'm no longer being an actor because you fucking ruined my life."
Yeah.
This is a horrible place to
For someone saying, "I think that guy did a little weed once." Tanomura.
Yeah.
Let's head out.
Yeah, former Japanese actor.
So, this is Idokura-san's apartment.
Oh, he's recently returned, apparently. Returned to being an
nice.
actor.
Okay.
The Yakuza subreddit goes, because he changed his name. The Yakuza subreddit goes, the man who erased his name. Because that was the Yakuza, like a dragon guide and the man who erased his name.
I came by because I wanted to apologize.
But, yeah. There's, like, an allegation of cocaine usage.
Can
and he
Are
got
you
burned hard.
are you excited for the Pirate Majima game?
I'm so fucking excited. That's a whole other discussion because I do have a whole
Yeah.
category for games that I'm really looking forward to. And
Yeah, sorry. I was just because I was thinking.
yeah, no, I am
That's
so
what I'm
excited
thinking
for
about.
Majima Pirate game in March.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like this was there's no karaoke, so there's the fucking
How does that work?
there's the rhythm game there.
Hmm.
This is when I decided to just start grinding SP because it's actually so crazy to get EXP in this game. And then use that, and then I used that to make buy the cheat items for gambling, and then made a bunch of money, which carried me through the rest of the game. Here I am beating up those high school students again.
I was actually just there.
Here I am, doing everything I can. Getting older all the time.
How many times do I gotta teach these kids this lesson? A lot. Me just fucking axe kicking a kid in the back of the neck. The story has a lot of flaws, the main story. The school stories part was probably the highlight of the game. This is the robotics club. Where you're like doing this like zone capture thing.
My own guy getting in my way.
Oh hell yeah.
There's a skateboarding club. Do you have a skateboard?
Delinquent?
Yeah, you have a whole fucking Tony Hawk skateboard club.
Yeah.
Did I just hear Perko?
He's also excited for skateboards.
Hell yeah. Hi Perko. It's been so long. You have Robotics Club.
Naive, you're being so naive.
You have the Esports Club, which is just you playing Virtua Fighter 5 4 times in a row. 5 times in a row. Virtua Fighter 5, the AI sucks in this game. Watch this. Oh no, this was actually the one I can't do. This is the one you're scripted to lose because you're finding a cheater.
Boo.
Yeah, and so this is the secret to Virtua Fighter 5 against the AI.
He's in the. I got him in the spin cycle.
You spam the same button over and over again, AI dies. Virtua Fighter 6 recently announced by the RGG Studios. Guys who make the Yakuza games.
Hell yeah.
You have the
They
boxing
are
club.
constantly making so many fucking games.
Yeah, they're going crazy. They've got like 9 billion games. They've got their new Project Century game that they've announced, which looks real sick. Virtua Fighter 6. They got the Majima Pirate game that's coming out in 2 months, which means it's probably likely mostly finished at this point.
Oh, there's a perfect block mechanic.
But still.
Wait. I didn't know RGG are also the guys who made Monkey Ball.
Yeah, no, the guy who started the Yakuza made Monkey Ball.
I did not know that. Holy shit.
Yeah, RGG makes them now. Obviously, because, it's became Nagoshi Studio, but, like, you look at pictures of Nagoshi back, during Super Monkey Ball era, and he's, like, exactly what you'd expect.
Oh,
Posting with some voice shot.
Oh, no.
Screenshot sound.
Round 1 TKO. Let's go. Yeah,
This is him back then.
You have a whole, like, boxer leveling system.
And then this is him during Yakuza 4.
And it's primarily levels your guts. Oh yeah, this is the whole last minigame.
Very funny.
Ugh. Dude, he's strong.
He no longer works at... He's left both Sega and RGG Studios.
You fucking garbage. I knew you lose to Milwaukee.
To make a studio under NetEase. Speaking of Marvel Rivals.
You're goddamn.
But yeah, you have Boxing Club, which you just have this whole boxing minigame. This was fun as hell.
It's the comeback king, huh?
Just this whole ass boxing minigame. There's so much side content in Lost Judgment. The main story is also about high school bullies. That's why I keep beating up high school bullies.
And all this time?
It's like basically you're investigating. It starts off with you just investigating bullies in this high school, and then it turns out a student teacher who was involved in the bullying has been murdered. And then it goes into this whole thing of this like secret vigilante group that murders bullies. And it goes to some crazy places. It also has some weird things that are not great. Like the crux of it is like the guy who, one of the main antagonists, has this whole fucking plan of like the guy who arranged the murder of the student teacher who was bullying his son, who bullied his son so much that his son killed himself. And he has this whole plan of getting revenge and how the justice system failed him and all of that, blah 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 blah. So he kills the student teacher, but also like has this plan where he arranges with the people who have this whole conspiracy to murder bullies, and like he's gonna get arrested for that as a double jeopardy alibi to not get arrested for murder. It's this whole jongleur ass plan, but it involves groping a woman on a train. But the person he gropes, the woman he gropes, is in on it, and it's this whole thing of like the whole sexual battery is a whole lie. Part of his alibi is actually murdering this guy. It's this whole thing. They didn't do it. That was not a good thing. It was weird and gross. Not great. But yeah, I have to talk about that because it's a bad thing they did in an otherwise great game. Story in general, kind of messy and weird. Not weird, like.
I can't stop it. Oh no.
Oh, this is me
can't resist it.
fighting the urge to do more.
Forcing me to run towards the dance club.
More school stories and me pretending that I don't want to. Not weird, bad weird. Weird, just like crazy weird. But weird, bad weird is the everything involving the train groping. But like, I think like the primary antagonist of the game, the guy who's like murdering bullies, has this whole like cabal of murdering bullies. He's mostly fine, but they're like, people have no fucking media literacy and just think Juana's in the right. He's the right guy. He's the good guy in this whole thing because he's murdering bullies. And it's, but like, he's like, at least he's doing something because the justice system sucks. No, he's not. He's murdering bullies. 5 years after they've left high school and the person they bullied has already killed himself. He's not doing anything. He's just murdering people. And that's kind of the point. The game doesn't really do a good enough job of explaining that, because it fumbles it and the story is a bit of a mess. But that is the point the game is trying to make. But people have no media literacy. The DLC for Lost Judgment, where you play as big ass himbo boyfriend Kaito, that was great. The Kaito Files was great. Loved it. This was a great time. Love the character of Kaito. My himbo boyfriend. This is the one Octopimp voices a villain in this. This guy right here.
Octopimp.
It's funny. Yeah. I think he did a decent job of doing the character too, honestly. Voice acting in Judgment, the dub, fantastic. Both Judgment and Lost Judgment. And Yakuza 7 and Yakuza 8. The English dubs for the Yakuza games are phenomenal.
Damage from EX actions. I don't.
Hell yeah.
God, it was fun being Kaito and being a dumb himbo and just punching people. I love Kaito. I want Judgment 3 so I can have more of my man.
What happened 2 years?
But yeah, great game, Lost Judgment. And now Pathfinder. Pathfinder Wrath of the
Sorry,
Righteous.
I got a little bit distracted during Lost Judgment talk because my other friend DM'd me and said they're at their mother's place for Christmas and their mother keeps asking them to, hey, can you ask your Swedish friend to mail us some pickled herring? I really want some pickled herring. I had to go like, I mean, like, can I even do that? Are you even allowed to mail food like that?
How perishable is it?
Not very until it's open, I don't think. But like, it's like a jar of pickled fish, you know.
Where would that be?
That's funny.
Party?
It's like when my mom goes, "What about those dimes, though?"
Yeah, I mean, I should send you some more dimes. It's been a while.
I think you are.
Dimes do be great.
Tasty.
We were talking about my Santa gnome, my mom's Santa gnome,
Mm-hmm.
and I was reminded of the postcard you sent me with the dimes, with the Yule gnome on the laptop. And now I think about it all the time because my mom just bought at one point in her life, like years ago, a little Santa gnome from IKEA. We just have this little Yule gnome, and she's fucking obsessed with it. She's obsessed with the Santa gnome, and it's this whole thing. And so when you sent me that postcard and there was the Santa gnome, I was like, holy shit. You sent it because it was just funny because they're on the laptop and being gamers. But it was this whole other meaning to us because of the fucking gnomes. And it was just a funny coincidence. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. This is a whole ass fucking more than 100-hour game. This is a whole thing to talk about. This is a CRPG like Baldur's Gate, except instead of using D&D 5.0, it uses Pathfinder. With a lot of homebrew as well.
Fits the fucking...
Crazy in-depth character creator. Well, not necessarily in-depth character creator. Crazy variety of builds you can make because it's a tabletop game.
Unless you just want to go all the way to 20.
Very long RPG. Completely single player, unlike Baldur's Gate.
One of the war swords guard against the demonic horde.
This is a lot to talk about because of how packed it's a 100+ hour CRPG. I loved this game. I love this game a lot. It is flawed. It is very flawed. Pathfinder is a system that you can stack a bajillion buffs and get
bonus to strength,
ridiculous numbers.
profane to damage. That's with no real proof. These events started the Third
This
Crusade,
game is
widely
unfortunately
accepted
explicitly
as the
balanced
most
around that.
destructive of the four Crusades.
And instead of encouraging to use it, the system to break the system in all the ways you can because it's fun and interesting,
I'm gonna go home.
you kind of need to get through the incredibly bulky numbers this game will have. You will, I complained about it throughout the entirety of the game, you will very quickly find enemies, not very quickly at all, because it's a fucking, like, massive RPG, but you will, relatively early, will find enemies with, like, 40 AC at a time when you've only got, like, +10 to most of your rolls, by default, without stacking buffs like crazy. You will have, like, 30 AC and be fighting enemies who will hit you 5 times with like +10, +20, +15, +20 to their rolls.
That's what I was looking for.
So your 27 AC doesn't matter because they are hitting that ridiculously and will hit you 5 times in a row.
Round.
Very early on, relatively early on. So that's my biggest problem with the game. Absolutely play with the toy box mod to tweak shit, break shit.
And just fuck off.
Don't be afraid to not be playing on hard or on normal and turn it down because the numbers are ridiculous. It's pretty telling the game's normal mode, normal difficulty mode by default actually is not normal. It if you go to the default difficulty settings, it'll be normal mode is like enemies do less damage to you, have slightly reduced stats. You take 80% damage. They have fewer crits. It's easier. It's easier than default settings. Kingmaker had this, like the first Pathfinder game was also the same with the difficulty like that, but Kingmaker had a lot less bloat to stats on enemies, and felt a lot fairer, though it does have its issues too. Like Kingmaker, at the end of the game, you will fight enemies who will just paralyze you unless you constantly have freedom of movement buffs, or you just take blind fight on everyone because it's a gaze attack, and blind fight makes you immune to gazes. Close your eyes. And so there's stuff like that no matter what. There's stuff like that in this game too, where certain things are just like a kind of a requirement. The stat bloat is fucking insane, and I complain about it through the entirety of the game. And that's my biggest issue with it. But I loved this game. I love Pathfinder as a system. I love D&D
Yeah, you
as a
went
system.
hog on this game.
I went hog on this game. I played this game. I did my full on-stream playthrough. I finished the game. I immediately started an off-stream playthrough. I finished that. I never finished that other one with fucking Drunko Majima. But I went to Act 5 with a whole other playthrough. This game is great. I have 239 hours in this game. Let me double check my most played games. Baldur's Gate 3 is my most played game with 269 hours. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous is my number 2 most played game with 239 hours. I have a type. It's CRPGs and survival horrors. There is so much in this game. It is a journey to go through. If you ever do, one thing I've said before, I wish it had multiplayer. It was obviously not built to multiplayer when it did, so it's not going to ever have multiplayer.
You have excellent taste. This war is over.
If they ever, Owlcat Studios ever makes another one, I know they've very much said that they we're looking at Baldur's Gate 3 and the success. Like the last DLC for Wrath of the Righteous was fully voiced because Baldur's Gate 3 was fully voiced. So they're definitely looking at it. If they ever make another Pathfinder CRPG, they might make a multiplayer. I don't know. I hope they do, because I know a lot of people would really enjoy this game, but would never play it single player because it's ridiculous. But if they had someone else who was familiar with it and who could ease them into the systems and all that without overwhelming them right off the bat, they would fucking love this game. The characters in this game, I love them a lot. You have, you have your best bro character, Paladin Sela, who's not actually your best bro, but she is like a friendly, outgoing person who loves partying. Who loves a good celebration, not partying. Sela, the Paladin, have Emilia, the mysterious half-elf shaman, noble shaman who hates the pores. Definitely is a normal person who you can trust, who you meet in front of a corpse, and she has a medallion that hides her alignment. Definitely not suspicious at all. Definitely doesn't turn out to be, definitely her character definitely doesn't go places. You got Wendwog, the sexy spider cat lady, who I marry.
Hell yeah.
Who is a complete and utter social Darwinist. Might makes right. But she's a very weird character, because if you go through her romance, it feels like the person who wrote her romance didn't also write the rest of her quests, because she actually goes through all this. That's my front door. My food is here, but she has this like growth and progression and arc in her romance that is not really demonstrably shown outside of it. And she's a lot of depth to her character that you don't see if you don't romance her, because it's really not shown very well. But loved her as a character. Then you've like in my party list here, you have Ember, the weird elf child who just wants everyone to be good and believes in the goodness of everyone, despite the fact that she is constantly being tortured. Like she's burned. She was burned at the stake, but survived.
Damn.
And all of that. But she's very much a little child that I have drafted into war against the demons. But she really well and truly believes in the inner goodness of everyone, even the demons, which is a theme of this game, right? That not a lot of games are willing to do. If an angel can fall, why can't a demon rise, right?
So true.
This is that's a theme this game tackles. I was talking about it when I played Veilguard. I wish Veilguard really they lightly address it, because in Dragon Age lore you have spirits of like an emotion, right? Like you'll have a spirit of justice, you'll have a spirit of compassion, you'll have a spirit of whatever, and when that gets twisted, they become demons. But they're really the same, right? Like a spirit of justice will become a demon of vengeance, for example. And it's like very briefly touched upon in Veilguard, where you have the character Emmerich, who's like part of the Mornwatch, who are like necromancers and like spirit watchers and like help people move on and all that. And like part of their belief is like when you deal with demons, Emmerich will remind you that demons are still just spirits. Like they don't call them demons, they call them spirits still, even if they're like twisted spirits. And they don't really touch upon it. Like they briefly mention it, but they didn't, and I really wish they did go into that more. 'Cause that's a theme that needs to be explored. If an angel can fall, why can't a demon rise? Right. Back to this game. The other character I had there is Darren. He is an Aasimar, who are like angel people. He is an Aasimar noble who loves debauchery. He loves just being a fuckboy. Loves hosting parties to get drunk and fucking. He's great. If you like Astarion as a character, you will like Darren as a character. Other characters include. Probably don't have them in this VOD yet, because it takes a while. But Arushale, the succubus, who is. Oh, here we have Social, the not Oracle, cleric, who's just a normal guy. He's well and truly just a guy. Love him. He's just a sweet dude who loves men. And we love that. But then you have the character Arushale, who is a succubus, who is a succubus trying to ascend and like escape her demon roots and be better. I gotta grab my food. I'll be back. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back here. Sorry about that. Need to grab my
I was
food.
actually. I might step away for a couple minutes. I'm actually like a little bit hungry myself. I was just gonna make some sandwiches, maybe, if that's
Okay,
okay.
go right ahead.
Yeah,
I will
I'll
probably
just be a
still
couple
keep
minutes.
talking though. Is that
Yeah,
the
yeah.
stream?
I'll be right back.
Okay, give me 1 second as well, because I gotta actually get my food out. Captured a cultist and just like kept him around to just beat him sometimes. Fucking Hell Knights. Striking, isn't it? Divine intervention under critical moment. But yeah, rare, but not sorry. We have Arushale, the succubus, who wants to not be a succubus. That's her, basically her entire arc. She was a demon who did horrible things, and God, does she feel bad. once she was like awakened, like the goddess Desna, goddess of the moon, and dreams, goddess of dreams. That's what Desna is. Arushale kills a priestess of Desna, and Desna quote unquote punishes her by not punishing her and instead reminding her of humanity and being good, and Arushale then lives constantly trying to find atonement, and she's a great little character. I love Arushale.
Well, after the fate
Then we have Regil, the Hell Knight gnome. Hell Knights are awful people. Regil is one of them. That's about it. He's a lawful evil character. I'm not saying he was written poorly. I just don't like lawful evil characters.
What if miracle is just a miracle?
God, I hated Regil, but I think he was done well because I hated him. So many great characters in this game. I really do love Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. It was like ripping my balls off sometimes, especially later on. There's a whole thing where you become a mythic hero, right? Where you do various paths. The main path I went through on my first playthrough was the Azada, who are the chaotic good creatures of Elysium who believe in freedom and goodness. You can be an angel, you can be a demon, you can be a lich. That was my off-stream playthrough. I did an evil lich playthrough where I killed everyone. Be a trickster, a chaotic neutral creature who just fucking is tricksy, Dixie, breaks the fourth wall. It's a fucking freak. Very fun, very broken mythic path. There's so much in this game.
You're so annoying, Controls.
That was me getting annoyed at something. Which I got annoyed a lot, because it's a 100 plus hour game. You're gonna get annoyed at it a lot. On to that later. That was Kelpie saying goodbye in the voice chat. Bye-bye, Kelpie. Even though you're not watching stream, so I'm just saying that to myself. You playing fucking Yakuza music because my character was Ichivamp Kasakia.
Who are you?
The Dompier,
Name Sandro, who just threw you.
the Dompier, who I doodled after.
Hand,
All of my original characters in the Pathfinder games have been, my Kingmaker character was Kazugma Orkryu, who is Kazuma Kiryu, but in Orc. This guy is Ichibamp Kasakia, Ichiban Kasuga, but a Dompier. Then I made a whole bunch of fucking other stupid characters that'll get that we won't even talk about. But yeah, Ichiban Kasakia. This is when I was in the fucking demon world of fucking Alushinra, fucking Articula's realm. Ichiban Kasaki's path I wound up going the route of the legend, which is a late game.
Oh, one of my buffs fell off.
Mythic path, where you reject your mythic power and instead become a legend who turns your level cap into 40 instead of 20. I became a level 40 nightmare of a monster who had like plus 60 to all my hits, hit like 17 times, did 400 billion damage. Very fun. This game is very fun. The stat bloat is ridiculous. You really do gotta stack those Pathfinder buffs. But damn, there's so much content in this game. Such a great game. Absolutely recommend people play this game. The writing is great.
Actually insane ending.
It's so enjoyable. It's so good. I really do recommend Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. I also recommend Pathfinder Kingmaker. Pathfinder Kingmaker has a whole clunky like kingdom management simulator, which can be hard to get into and play with. Also, as a consequence of that, it does have like time limits, but the time limits are honestly very generous. Especially if you use the Bag of Tricks mod. Honestly, just play Kingmaker, which is in a lot of ways a lot more forgiving than Wrath of the Righteous. Though still, in many ways, just as bullshit. But yeah, absolutely play both. I absolutely recommend them. They're very phenomenal games that I love very much. I'm going to take a bite of my food. I'm gonna start eating my food as I pull up Game of the Year nominations. My nominations for Game of the Year.
Okay, I'm back. I can hear you. That's what. Yeah, that's what you said.
Can you retroactively nominate Yakuza 7 vs. Ending? It can be your Game of the Year. For me, I'm specifically talking about games I played for the first time this year, including new ones. Like, now we're getting to the new ones. Before I talked about games I'd already played, or not already played, but played for the first time, but did not come out this year. So I talked about Paradise Killer, which came out 2002, I think. Resident Evil 2, 1998, the whole Resident Evil series, basically, the originals. We talked about Pathfinder, Card Shark. We talked about I talked about a lot of games that had come out before. And then fucking Nine Souls. All right. We're not starting with Pro Country. That we're ending
You're
with.
giving me time to finish my sandwiches first.
Yeah. The first one I'm going to talk about, this actually isn't one of my Game of the Year nominations. It got bumped off the list by Nine Souls. It was Cryptmaster. I still want to talk about it. It is an incredibly unique game.
Oh yeah, this one. Yeah.
It's a typing game. It's like a typing turn-based, not turn-based actually at all. But it's a typing like dungeon crawler.
Yeah, like a classic one with your 4 guys at the bottom.
Yes. It is so unique. It is so much work was put into this. The dev went on Twitter at one point when a bunch of other devs were talking about like indie devs who like made really unique games that just didn't take off. And he said like, what I learned from this was just make a roguelike. My takeaway from this is just make a roguelike. Which is tragic.
Yeah.
I have a lot of issues with this game. Which, ironically, if he had made this game a roguelike, would have been resolved.
Aww.
Well, not necessarily. I'm just going to quickly put... Brains note collected and health note collected. But the issues I have with this are the combat. The combat is... It gets old really quick. It's really not... There's no variety to it. Everything is typing based, so like these little things at the bottom are moves that I learned by guessing the words. And I guess the words by getting letters to like get hints. So I killed this enemy named Tor. He drops his letters. I choose T. Only one. That word has a T in it. So now I know T blank AP. I can guess it's trap. Where I throw a bear trap. Trap deals 1 damage. and I've now unlocked that as a combat skill.
Please get out.
Sometimes they're like little lore pieces for the character, like background information instead of skills.
There was a lock, but there wasn't a real lock.
Other times they're skills. The combat very much becomes cycling the same couple of words that you know that are short and fast while you wait for your cooldowns to come off. Sometimes you'll get this enemy, he has a shield that blocks B, so I can't do B's like jab. That blocks a B. But hit or zap or tap would work.
Rolex has dropped.
But yeah. Very unique game. The combat drags on, and by the time I finish the game, I didn't even have half of the list of like skill set and lore pieces and all that. We had barely touched. I'd barely learned about these characters at all. Like there was so much. Not barely learned. I had learned, but like I had half of each of the characters' word list done by the time I finished the game, and that's why like if it had been a roguelike, there would have been more variety to the combat probably, and stuff like that. But I really enjoyed like this, like the basic story is like it's like you look at this and you're like, this could be very edgy and like grim, dark, and horrible, but it's not, and that's a huge plus. Like it is silly because like you can just type shit and the guy will be like, "Oh, you're shitting your pants again, you filthy bastard," or whatever. But there's no like gross, grim, dark. Like all of the characters except for your bard are horrible people. Your warrior Joro was like a warrior guy all his life who was eating people in the gladiator, like eating people he beat in gladiatorial combat, including their fucking armor, since he was a baby. Shit like that, right? Sin is a super assassin who's like been part of the Assassin's Guild and like horribly mistreated as a child because she was, you know, like born in like a gutter or whatever. But it could have gone to gross sexual violence, but it doesn't because it's not cringe, and that's a huge plus.
Hell yeah.
And it is really like silly, but normal, and I love that for this game. And it is so unique and so special that like it needs to be talked about.
Yeah.
It is, like I said, it drags on too long. The combat gets very boring by the end of it. I was very much over it. But I really liked the exploring part and the puzzles. Because, like, there's more than just combat. You'll find, like, chests. You have to guess the item in the chest. And all that does is give you the letters, so you don't actually get the item. Because everything comes to letters. But you play like 20 questions. Except it's 5 questions. So you're like, what does this look like? What does it taste like? What does it smell like? What is it used for?
Rope.
And then you guess the word from that. Other things is, oh, this one. You have to like literally. This is one of the issues I have. You have to like crouch or duck under some things only one time. There's like 2 times where you do this. And you just have to fucking figure out which word it is based off of nothing. And I don't even remember which one this was.
Sucks. This sucks because there's no hint.
And there's no hint. So I think I literally looked it up at some point. Because I needed to practice. But yeah, these were like puzzles where it's like, oh, Oros the High.
DCBY.
So I just had to figure out the 4-letter word based off the fact that he's like high or whatever. Dude. And let's see how I figured it out. Bird, because he's high in the sky like a bird.
Mhm.
And that's like normal. It gives you the hint that Oros the High, like flying in the sky or whatever.
Love murder.
Mhm.
And then there's like actual riddles. Where, like, instead of a chest, you'll find a skull. Oh, here's me back at this thing, because I have to progress here. This doesn't fucking help me. And I, like, looked up a video guide, which didn't help me. Pisses me off! The fucking internet sucks! I know this is new, but still. It took me forever to find it. And it was crawl. It was crawl, that was the word.
Why was the?
Aw.
Why did I not think of that?
But then there are these skulls, which just give you riddles, and you have to figure the answers. It's like the 20 questions parts, except you have unlimited tries. Did you ever play Hollow Body? No, but it is on my list. I didn't want to play it before the end of the year, because I already had too many games. So the thing about next year is I'm going to have so many games on my games I played for the first time that year, but didn't come out that year list, because I've been putting off a bunch of games.
Mhm.
So like next year I've got Hollow Body, Signalis, Arctic Eggs, Iron Lung, Boomerangi,
Oh god, you're
Generation.
gonna play Arctic Eggs?
Yes. I know nothing
Yeah.
about the game other than people love it.
Yeah, like it's the gameplay is extremely finicky, and it will be interesting to see if you stick with it. It's very like it's like quap. Like it's really difficult quap shit.
But I have so much stuff packed for next year. For next
Mhm.
month. It's gonna get funny. Small Saga, Signalis, Arctic Eggs, Iron Lung, Umurangi Generation, Anthology of the Killer. January is gonna be crazy. But yeah, so like these guys ask you a riddle. I'm black when you get me, red when you use me, gray when you cast me away. What am I?
Red when you use me.
Uh
I'm trying to think of this now too.
uh 4 letters. Black. Oh,
It'd be
okay. Yeah, yeah,
coal.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, you get a chunk of black coal, put it in the fire, it heats up, it's red, and then turns to gray ash.
Yeah,
That you
yeah,
throw
yeah,
away.
yeah.
You have unlimited tries at the skull riddles, unlike the chests where you have the questions you ask, and then they
Mm.
also count for your limited amount of guesses, and then you give up on the chest forever. The skulls you can always go and retry over and over again. But visually, this game is incredible.
Yeah.
They have this whole thing here where there's like a language, like they have runes that you can find like transliterations. Like you can figure it out, right? Like you see this puzzle, like there's the well puzzle. I screenshotted it all, and I eventually found things that told me what it was, and this is a whole secret thing there. It's a fishing minigame. This game was incredible.
Hell yeah.
Very flawed, like I said, dragged on a bit too long. Combat was just not fun at the end. Like it was just long and kind of boring, but such a unique and amazing game.
Yeah.
Oh, you have a whole card game and like a hidden card game in it too.
Oh, hell yeah.
Absolutely love this game. Very special game, and that's why I want to talk about it. It wasn't on my Game of the Year list because it got knocked out by Nine Souls. However, what is on my list is Balatro, which I do not have VODs of because I played all of that off stream. Except I did play it on one of my 24-hour streams, and I was very sleepy, and I won gold stakes very sleepy. But I don't need to talk about Balatro. Balatro has been talked about and discussed. Everyone knows it. It's a very special and unique. Well, I guess it's not really unique, but it is a very good implementation of roguelike mechanics and deck building mechanics. Very much funny number, bright flashy lights, slot machine, go brrr. Love Balatro.
Mhm.
We're gonna talk about mouthwashing now.
Hell yeah.
This is the new.
That was such a good fucking image, but I had to do
Yeah,
it to him.
that was. See, when I cook, I come up with some funny fucking shit posts. This is my placeholder starting soon screen until when you were making this one. And
Yeah.
refill my water.
It's really good though.
I had this for a bit, and it's so funny. Why I said it like the fucking Joker. But this is mouthwashing.
Preview expansion.
This is a game that also has been discussed about. Hold on, I'm gonna get my last thing of food.
Yeah, it's popped off.
This game has popped off. It's got
Yeah.
it's exploded. It is amazing. It's an amazing game. It deserves it. It deserves the attention it gets. It's a very special game. I don't want to go too deep. Jesus Christ! I typed mouth.
New game.
To search mouthwashing on Steam to see because it's got 20,000 reviews. And one of the fucking things in the suggestion is a porn game.
Yeah, like I'm seeing like
Pony Express.
just like I was literally watching some Arctic Eggs gameplay like earlier today, and just like in related videos, there's just like multiple several million views videos on mouthwashing.
Yeah. Mouthwashing
Why don't you
exploded.
check out my 2 streams
Yeah.
that I did of demos? Lap Transit Time, no.
It deserved it.
But yeah, it's good.
I don't want to talk too much about it because I don't want to get to spoilers, just in case. The setting is your space freighters or space truckers, and there's an accident and you're stuck in space adrift, and you're trying to survive and you're failing. That's the basic premise. It goes in a lot of places. The gameplay is mostly holding W, which is absolutely fine and is not a criticism. This is just me explaining what the gameplay is because I can't really talk about the story without spoiling too much. Most people have probably already experienced it, but just in case, I will say I have joked about it being the real Silent Hill 2 remake, but I keep asserting that because it follows. It is thematically very similar to Silent Hill 2. And this is a very, very amazing game. Absolutely recommend mouthwashing. Everyone should play it. It is depressing. It is not very hopeful. But it is still a good piece of media to consume. To experience, not consume.
It's very visually super cool. It's got the like PS1 retro stuff, but then like all the like visual glitching and shit is so cool.
Yes. Flashing lights warning to the game is not epilepsy friendly.
Yeah, I have a friend with not epilepsy, but just other vision impairments, and they can't actually play it, which is a shame. It is really visually cool, but it is like very like if you have any like eye issues, it's a bit of an issue.
1 second, I gotta go charge my phone. Sorry about that. Yes, visually, it has visual issues for people. Anyone who has visual issues will not be able to experience it because of that. Well, will not be able to watch it. You can still listen to it, I guess. If people, you can like watch a stream, listen to a stream of it, and experience it that way, or just through discussion of it, But it has visual effects that go crazy.
Yeah. It's very, very cool, but just like inherently due to the style, just not accessible to everyone, unfortunately.
Yes.
I
yeah.
love the way it does like pixel corrupting when it freezes and you move around. It's so
Mhm.
cool.
The way it'll like bleed.
Yeah, like compression artifacting. It's so cool.
Sorry, I'm eating my food.
Yeah, no worries. Your taco.
But yeah, phenomenal game. Recommend it. It's very dark, very depressing. Um, pulling up the store page so I can remember the fucking content warnings. Extreme violence, gore, mutilation, and worse on PSX style characters. Also goes into dark themes. This is the most spoilery I'll talk about, but it does get into sexual violence and assault, which can be triggering. That's why I want to bring it up, even though it's spoilery. But yeah. Also, going to the Steam page, as of December 26th, 300,000 copies sold and counting. Congratulations, mouthwashing. But yeah. Won't talk about it more just because of spoilers. Recommend it, though. We're back on that survival horror shit with Conscript. Longest and bloodiest battles of the Conscript is a survival horror set during the Battle of Verdun in World War One. I'll finish writing this letter later. Just some junk, nothing of interest here. There are no monsters in this game. Battle of Verdun, by the way, is the longest battle in modern history. Fought from February 21st to December 18th, 1916. With many, many, many casualties. There are no spooky demon monsters in there. There are just German soldiers. This was an amazing game. I know I'm survival horror pilled and all that. Dude, imagine having to go to the cellar. This does a lot. It has very clunky combat and movement that work really well with it. Because it's a clunky trench fighting World War One game. It's like very deliberate in how it's done. There's a whole mechanic where I'm not sure if it's the more you kill or just the longer the game goes on, like story progression, your aim will start shaking as your character gets more and more traumatized. I just running past him. I'm trying to like see if I can find me aiming and it shaking. Oh, there is. Hold on. Oh, it's a trench shovel. But your aim will just start shaking as the game progresses. And you need to drink alcohol. See, there. My aim is getting very shaky here.
Yeah.
Which makes precise headshots really difficult. Need to go warm up by a torch or something. This is me thinking it's because I'm cold. Oh, I think it's probably like after you fall and like pass out at this point. But yeah, you can drink alcohol to reduce your shakes. Imagine you're just a couple of soldiers talking, and then you both suddenly just get your heads chopped off with a knife. Part of the combat is if you're ever behind an enemy, you can fully charge a melee attack to instantly backstab and kill them, which is huge. Enemies will also reset as you zone. You can use that to your advantage to just assassinate everyone and save on ammo. My big criticism of the game is everything lasts 20% longer than it needs to. Like I don't just mean the game, but like every zone you're in, and every like main act chapter puzzle you're doing just takes 20%, like just takes a few more steps than it needs to have. It really could have reduced. What am I doing? Mouthful of food. It really could have reduced the amount of keys you need. Not just because of inventory management or anything. Just because it cuts down.
Mm-hmm.
Needed a bit more trimming.
Europe has gone mad.
Especially with the worse your aim gets by the end of the game, right? By the end of the game, my aim is completely bonkers shit. And it's really hard for headshots. Also, when you kill enemies, they leave corpses behind that attract giant rats eventually.
Oh?
So you have to burn the corpses, but it's very clunky. Because you have to shoot the oil you pour on them. And it's fucking impossible to shoot the oil you pour by the end of the game when your aim is crazy bad. And the rats are really annoying.
Right.
But
We're gonna say
for the most part, it's a phenomenal game. Shit, okay. Let me get my stamina back. It's a phenomenal game that is so incredibly unique. Because it's a survival horror game with no monsters or anything like that, right? It's not some, like, crazy, ridiculous horror game asylum like Outlast. Wait, I need the fucking helmet key. It's not zombies or anything. It's not aliens, it's nothing. It's just surviving the trenches. I got the super secret ending. Oh, right. Feels like the opposite of the Amnesia Bunker game. That is what I constantly think of with how the game does not have monsters in it. There's Amnesia the Bunker, which is very similar. It's a World War I horror game, but it does have monsters in it. Which, it might still be good. I don't know. I haven't played it. I have nothing against it at all. But the fact that this doesn't is so unique because of that. I forgot where it was. I can't find it again, but I briefly showed it where it was like some music pad, like there was some symbols on a numpad.
There.
Mm-hmm.
Or a combination lock.
There.
That's how you get like the super secret. That's part of getting the super secret ending. You have to, like, every time you end a chapter, you have a flashback.
Like, there's no reason to not
To,
have this open. I'm gonna be quite honest with you.
to, like, before you got conscripted to the war. You're spending time with your family. Back home with your mother and brother. In every flashback, you can read a journal of your brothers to find a different drawing he's done.
Mm.
And the order of the drawings is random.
How are there even rats
Every playthrough.
down here? These rats should be dead.
But the 4 drawings you find are ultimately for the combination lock there, because they represent symbols on it.
We have to bring out the shotgun.
And then the final,
I have no ammo for anything else.
the final flashback has a second combination for the second lock inside, because it's 2 locks. I unfortunately didn't have the first 2 drawings.
Drag on a little long.
However, because I had the second 2 drawings and the actual combination lock inside it,
There's no reason
I could brute force the first 2. So I managed to brute force it to get Daddy's pocket watch. Which you need for the ending. And the super secret true ending.
So that 33. I spent the weekend fishing at the river with Uncle Pierre.
You are like you have what seems to be another flashback, right?
Yeah.
But this time it's actually a time skip forward.
Over the dinner table.
And you read
Fell to the floor and Pa tried to wake him up, but he went cold.
your character's son reading, and you can read like journals of
Oh
your father and uncle, and like you get like shit on their relationship and how it's ended. But you look at the calendar and it's 1939,
Oh.
and the game ends. This ending ends with you. This is
Looks like someone's trying to draft me into the war.
this is when you got in the first war,
3 new
when
gravestones.
the first part of the game when you get
1920 to
conscripted
1924.
into
Pierre's child did not live.
in the wars when you talk to the soldier there.
I guess this was Ma.
These are the gravestones of
Pierre, he
your mother,
he outlived his own son. He
like
lived
the
in
original character's mother,
Had a child and
brother
outlived
that you
his
spend the
child.
entire game trying to find, the brother's child. You just little like tidbits of the family. They got in a fight about the war, their trauma, and this is your dad conscripting you. Ready to go, son.
Oh, is this his dad?
And this is you getting conscripted to World War II.
Scripted by your own dad.
And the air sirens go off. This was a really, really, really good game. I love this game. I know I'm survival horror pilled, but this was still so special and so incredible.
Yeah, I didn't watch this, but just like thematically, this is just like fucking. That's extremely strong.
This was a very good game. It was very frustrating.
Like, it looks great,
had
too.
A lot of issues.
Like, you get that ending, and then you do the cinema meme.
I shall not fail that rendezvous. But it is a good fucking game.
It is a good fucking game, as I just said in the VOD. Visually incredible, gameplay is great. It's still... It has its issues, every game, almost every game does.
The shaking.
But, fuck man. Conscript is an amazing game, and everyone should play it. Well, not everyone should play it. I don't want to bully people into playing games. Or anything like that. That's, you know... I think people should play this game. I recommend it. We're going into the PS2 now. It's time for Sorry We're Closed. Can't believe my favorite band, Fish Fight, is breaking up. I hate breakups. They ruin everything. Tired of carrying these dishes around. So, forget to empty the trash. It's hardly used anymore, but it looks cool. Sorry, we're closed. This game is another survival horror game. It's different though. It's more Silent Hill than Resident Evil. There's nothing of value here. I just drink water. It's often been called Resident or Silent Hill mixed with Killer 7. You have this like town you walk around in and explore and talk to people, and then you go into these levels and you do your dungeons, your survival horror dungeons. Water bottle. Water gives the gift of life in the demon world. Better hold on to this. You have this third eye, which allows you to briefly around you see the human world again, and that gets you through things. Okay, this is neat. So without the eye open, those are spiky thorns, but I can walk through them with my eye closed. Or my eye open, sorry. We have this rat that's about to attack me. You hit them normally, or you can pop your eye. Or I guess we don't get the weak points yet until that rat was enormous. How did it grow so large? So we get the gun. Right here. Turning it hard. Oh no, yeah. See, you saw that weak point briefly. You see that heart? If you open your third eye, you can't hit anywhere except the weak point, but the weak point does more damage. I see. I heard about this game watching my late night comfort streamer play this. And I was like, this looks like a neat game. But I wasn't really focusing on it until the boss fight. The first boss fight.
You'll get your chance to meet him.
is what drew me in.
Never let me hear the end. 9.
Every once in a while, I wanna freeze what's happening. But cream the most accurate acronym. Let's go down, I'm out running dead. Only one way to complete wishes, so I'm at the station on the red. One way ticket to the bitch. One way ticket to the bitches.
Hell yeah.
And the music is so good too.
Gotta get that money, get that money, get that money.
Well, this is when I realized it was going to be such a me game.
The suppressors of
This is a great game. It's about you're a woman who's been hung up over a breakup for the past like 4 years or something. You're in this neighborhood where everyone knows you and knows each other.
away, Angel.
Then demons start showing up. You get chosen by this weird demon lady, the Duchess,
Starts with a dream.
as her next
Contemplating. It's bad luck to let a
object of affections.
Contemplating, and I don't like people messing around with my luck.
This is Daryl. He's the asshole who works for the Duchess.
I need to get by. Do ya? I feel like I
And
need to
it's like, yeah, you know, look at this look at this depressed girl. She's your next object of your affections.
Back off.
It's a story about love. How it's toxic, how it changes us.
From eating vast amounts of
Literally, that's a huge thing. You have demons, you have angels. All demons used to be angels before they became demons because God said so.
They also senses with this approach to everything.
Demons and angels can't fall in love with each other
The results are always
because
terrible.
love is scary.
Fans looking forward to my new dance night.
And demons and angels who love each other eventually turn mortal, become human.
It's like your boss isn't any better. Imagine
Because
instead. So true. What if we were
that's what love does to you. It changes you, and it destroys angels and demons, which is why they fear it so much.
Wait, how did people even get here? The underground station is closed.
Massive theme for the game. I think it does it pretty well. It's pretty, cheesy and all that. Pretty obvious, pretty simple. It's fine. I don't care. It's sweet, feels good. I like the characters. There are multiple endings to the game. There's the normal default ending, which just kind of ends. There's the intended good ending, the love wins ending. Then there's the evil ending, and then there's the horrible, really evil bad ending. The super depressing bad ending that is really difficult to get, and it's funny that like the super secret ending is the bad sad ending. But it's pretty obvious. It's not very subtle that that's where it's going. The gameplay is great. The vibes are immaculate. I want to eat the main character because she looks like candy. I think this game was fucking beautiful. I loved it. I loved this game so much. Absolutely recommend this game.
I'm excited to try this out eventually.
This game has not exploded like Mouthwashing has, unfortunately. But I wish it had, because it deserves it so well. This is an incredible game. It's very queer. I don't think there's a single cishet character at all. Explicitly cishet character. Which is kind of funny. But, yeah. Love this game. Sorry We're Closed is incredible. It's beautiful. It's emotional. It's sweet.
Oh, geez.
It's fun. Play it.
The feeling of won't be getting this back.
What's going on? This game was great.
Okay, so no one
Play Story, we're close.
yet still.
I
And now-
absolutely will.
Now we go to Nine Souls. This is the most recent. This is literally the most recent VODs on this channel. So you might be saying recency bias. No, this game is just that fucking good. Sorry, just putting my food away. Nine Souls. It's a 2D Souls-like Metroidvania. It's another very beautiful game. Like, I'm literally just, I want to watch this cutscene.
Got cats.
Got cats.
That sounds like shit.
Funny cats.
You play as this little
That's
funny
fun,
cat
boy.
guy.
Minimum range.
You wake up in this village. The game opens with you getting horribly wounded and dying, but then not dying.
Or one to generate explosive.
And you're in this village,
You love a good grab. Here.
and you learn of this. This is the kid who found you.
Give it time.
Uphill both ways, to and from.
There's some
Ritual that's going on in the village. That's how it starts.
Okay.
And it also starts with you having some mysterious thing. When the ritual starts, where the chosen are supposedly chosen to ascend,
What's it do with the removed heads?
but it chops their heads off. And the little boy found you, has been chosen.
Goodbye. Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 years, E. Time for me to go.
Press R1 to attach a talisman. And instead of choosing to sneak in normally, you choose to save the boy and go in the hard way.
What if I did want to get the brain-eating bacteria?
You know, you're supposed to the heads because you don't want to get the brain-eating bacteria. Maku says, or Maya says in my chat during this VOD, and I respond with, what if I do want to eat the brain-eating bacteria, though?
Oh,
And
God,
it,
Sparrow's
it,
pretty
it's so funny that we have kind of like a running gag about them, like the heads being missing. Like, what are they doing with the heads? And then the game does actually say what they do with the heads.
Yeah, the game actually does explain what they do with the heads at the
Where are
end.
you?
And then we go in, and we go loud. And this is when the game, like, really begins to show what it is. It's like Sekiro if it was a 2D Metroidvania. It's more Sekiro than Dark Souls because it's very parry focused. You have a 3-hit attack. You have a dodge roll that's on a cooldown. You have a parry. Right there, I messed up the parry and was a bit early with it. And you can see I have this red health instead of it being the empty bar. The game calls it internal damage. And that's basically temporary health, where if I get hit again, I will then lose the red health, as well as the damage I take from being hit. But if I don't get hit, I slowly heal it back up. So as I am not getting hit at all, this starts healing. That's if you do an imprecise parry, which is you're too early with your parry. Then you have a perfect parry, which is what I just did there, which does not damage you at all. You also, when you parry, you get a talisman. You get a charge to your talisman attack. And that's the core gameplay loop, the core combat loop. It's also, 2D platformer Metroidvania.
Yeah, there's no getting back up there.
You explore. These are the bonfires. You do some platforming. I mispronounce so many things probably because I'm very Anglo. game is it's the people who did Devotion and Tension, right? Red Candle
Yeah.
Studios.
That's what I
Yeah.
thought.
Which is Taiwan, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Red Candle Games, yeah. Based in Taipei, Taiwan. So it's Chinese, Taoist, right? Taoism,
Yeah.
mythology.
Yeah, I'm actually not. I don't know it at all, but it's actually like very specifically references a specific myth about. It's like an archer with actually like 9 suns,
mythological
and he
Chinese
destroys
archer.
the suns.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, in Chinese mythology, there are originally 10 sons. In some forms,
10 suns.
they're the sons or the grandsons of the Jade Emperor. 10 suns cross the sky one by one. One day the 10 suns decided to come out all at once so they could play with each other and scorch the earth. Yi was tasked by the mythical Emperor Yao to raid in the sun, so he first tries to reason with them. When that did not work, he pretended to shoot at them, to intimidate them. When they refused to eat him, he actually shot them one by one. As each one fell, they turned into 3-legged crows. Only one son was left.
More money.
So you literally do.
I can't get back up there. So
You fight. You kill the 9 souls, the 9 sons. That's crazy. This game is great. I love this fucking game.
Mm-hmm.
It's very much a Metroidvania.
that gets us up there.
The gameplay is, the combat is so like clean and smooth and satisfying. It is very parry focused, but almost everything in this game is very readable and reactable.
I'm getting my ass fucked.
It is such a peak video game.
We charged.
Yeah, you got so good at this game. Like, this is stream 1, and you're like a little bit clumsy, but
Yeah.
like final stream, final boss, you were so clean.
When it like fully clicked.
Mhm.
When we're hiding in the
pickle jar.
pickle jar, little babies.
The jar could fit us both.
You frequently get flashbacks to, basically you're on a spaceship. Obviously, spoilers, I don't want to get too into, just in case. But you're on a spaceship, and you go through, like, it does explain very explicitly what's happening throughout the game. It's not like Dark Souls where you have to read item descriptions. It is much more explicit, like Sekiro. Very much. It's very clear. Sekiro and Hollow Knight are probably the 2 like biggest influences on this game. So it is pretty obvious. It pretty explicitly tells you it, but you're on a spaceship. Your people, like, you're an alien. You're not a human. You're not from Earth. You're an extraterrestrial from a different planet. The home planet has been ravaged by some disease. You're on an exodus on a spaceship for reasons, and you often flash back to the before times with your younger sister.
Ew, it smells like pickled veggies in here.
When you're being a cold, distant nerd who wants to do cold, distant nerd science. Secret pickle jar because your family hates science.
We still roller?
Unsurprisingly, I had many controller issues, as I always do whenever playing a game with the Bluetooth.
Just start on.
You have a whole prison escape sequence. Very, very good game. It's very beautiful.
Only one blueprint.
The story is great. I love my little adopted son. I love my favorite buddies. My favorite little funny little cat guy. My fish computers.
Great advancement.
My robot. This is the Undertale boss fight. Lady Ethereal, I'm single, please call me.
Lady Ethereal, I'm free on Sunday, please. That area was so beautiful though, the dream area. It's
Yeah.
so cool.
You play through that area and you're like, oh yeah, these are the guys who did detention.
Yeah,
and,
this is they brought out the detention, yeah.
yeah.
It's so cool though.
This was a hard boss fight for me. This took me a bit.
Yeah, I even on my like semi-invincibility, this was a tough one actually.
Oh, right. Speaking of that, this game has accessibility options. There's 2 difficulty modes. There's standard and story mode. The only difference between the 2 difficulties is there's an achievement that is exclusive to standard mode, which is beating the game on standard mode. And then story mode has accessibility sliders. You can always change it from story mode, or from standard mode to story mode.
Damn, okay.
You can never change it from story mode to standard mode. Story mode's sliders are all, I think
Yeah,
it's,
you don't lose
I didn't explore them, so Maya can explain that more actually.
I don't have to worry about picking them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember the exact values because it's been a while, but you can crank those sliders like all the way, and basically, I don't remember how much damage you can do, but it's like either 5 times, maybe even 10 times damage. You do like I went through the whole game not even engaging with the parries and the talismans. I just like did slashes with my sword and killed everything. And you can basically, and the damage taken slider, you can crank down to 0.1, like 0.1%. Like you still take damage, but it's so nothing. Like there's one area where there's like a fire going off on a timer in an area, and like you're supposed to like turn it off to be able to explore and stuff. And I actually like I didn't even think about turning off the blazing fire for a while because I just like jumped through that and like continued living and exploring through it. And then like, all right, I should like go turn that off.
That's actually so funny.
I have like an interesting caveat with the accessibility sliders. I will say like this is like kind of like an interesting dilemma because
correct me if I'm wrong, it's just damage taken and damage dealt and damage taken, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no like platforming or
No.
parry timing.
Yeah, if you hit spikes, you still like go back to a platform. But an interesting dilemma with the damage sliders actually is like they are really great. They're like literally the only reason I could play this game.
That's nice.
But this is just kind of like the eternal question.
Be like,
Like I will say I didn't fully appreciate this game until I watched Crom play it with like actually doing the combat. Like the combat actually is such a huge aspect of this game. Like I really like this game. I loved it. I had a great time playing it. But I still like I didn't like experience the full game.
this is
which,
the
like,
zone Maya
this
was
is, like,
talking
kind of
about
like-
with the fire, by the way. You have to hit
Yeah.
these bubbles, and eventually these are the things that cause it. You get the ability to break these.
Mm-hmm. And this is just kind of like, I mean, like, without... I'm not saying it shouldn't have damage sliders. I think, like, every game should have damage sliders. And, like, I wouldn't have played it if it didn't. But it's just kind of like an interesting thing where, like, I technically, like, didn't really experience the full game. Which, like, I don't even know if it's, like, a bad thing, but just, like, interestingly, like, I kind of missed out on, like, a huge part of the experience, and I didn't fully appreciate the game until I had, like, gone back and, like, watched someone do it, and then I, like, fully appreciated, like, how like, deep and satisfying the combat is. Which, like, yeah, I don't know what my point is, just, like, very interesting, like, point where, like,
Yeah, that's
I
fair.
was able to play it thanks to this, and, like, it's great that I did, but also, like...
I mean,
and
that's,
then, like,
that's,
had
a, that's a fair point.
Yeah.
Like, or like I never think there's one specific right way to experience a game at all.
Mm-hmm.
And this is more specifically because, like, the reason I think about this a lot, because I'm a Metal Gear fan. And Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 are very much written as responses to the previous games. So, like, a massive part of Metal Gear Solid 2 is how it is just Metal Gear Solid 1 again. That's literally a huge part of, like, the plot and theming of it.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a lot of people who will say never play Metal Gear Solid 2 first. Always play 1 first. And the same is with 3. Because 3 is written as a prequel in response to the previous games. Like, there's so many references to 1 and 2 in 3. And, like, so much you, like, might not understand or pick up on and all that. And so the people will always say, play them in release order. Which is fair. I get that. Oh, yeah, what the hell was that? I remember thinking that at the time. That hits me for half my health. Like, you see my health? Half of it? Gone.
Oh, yeah.
But the first time it hits me, it's not half my health. I guess it is, because I had red health, and I didn't realize that. Wow, that hits you for half your health. That's crazy. But that's fair, I get it. It is the intended experience. But there is a lot to be said about experiencing them first, and then going back, and then going back again. Like, you can experience 2 and not get that part, and then play 1, and then start to pick up on that, and then play 2 again, and you're like, oh my god. And it's like playing the game for the first time twice.
I was not.
Yeah, I can't remember. Well, yeah.
You go.
I can't remember what it was, but I've done that with something. Like, I watched or played a sequel first, and then I went back. I can't remember what it was, though. But yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And it's a different experience, but it's like, still a very valid experience. And I think the same with this, where it's perfectly valid to and understandable to, like, experience the game with the sliders and, like, experience the story and all of it yourself, and then, like, watch it, because maybe you can't do it, right? And if you can't physically do it, you can't physically do it. And then watch someone else, like, go through the combat and, like, live through that and experience it all over again.
Yeah.
And you get a very different and just as valid, and in many ways, like, more thought out of an experience, because it's ruminated. Like, your initial experiences sat with you, and you thought about it, and then you experience it again, and you're like, this is new, and I don't know. I like experiencing things more than once in different ways.
Yeah.
And it lets you really think about them. But yeah. So I think the combat is very deliberate. The follow-up. Like,
Yeah, and like,
here with the, like,
I had like an. Oh, sorry.
You go.
Yeah, like, saying all that, like, I had a very interesting, like, I guess, like, complicated experience. I don't know, but like, even all that, saying all that, it's also a great exploration Metroidvania with a great story. Also,
Yeah.
like, the combat is a huge element, but also there is a lot of other things to the game too. And I did experience all those things and they were also great, and I had a great time.
But the final boss is the best way of showing it how deliberate everything is. You can like read everything, you can learn it. It's so learnable. I love this final boss. This is probably one of the best final bosses in video games.
It was hype watching that VOD.
It's so learnable and so, like, deliberate and intentional that, like, yes, the combat is like me learning. Wait, how did that work? Oh, I must have healed here. That's why. I healed there. Okay. It's like, how did I live that? I was at no health. Oh, I fucked that up. But it's so, like, deliberate. It's very much the combat is part of it, and it's like part of the themes and everything.
Oh yeah.
Is coming to grips with the combat and learning it. But
Okay. This hit them.
they understand that combat's not for everyone, and not everyone can do it. And that's what I really respect about these devs. The inclusion of the sliders means
Yeah, like,
more
especially,
than
like-
just like the raw combat.
Oh, I dodged.
Yeah, like Dark Souls could never.
Yeah.
Like this game is so combat focused, and it is such a big thing, but they still include those sliders.
Yeah.
And that's great.
I have a lot of respect for the devs. And I love this game. This final boss took me like an hour and a half, I think.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
I start the boss at 6 hours, 14 minutes in. This is my first attempt at the boss. And I finished the boss 7 hours, 32 minutes in. So yeah, like an hour 15.
Extremely cruel.
You told me, like, oh, I've heard horror stories of people grinding this boss out for days. Someone came into my chat and was like, oh yeah, this boss took me like 15 hours. The final boss is hard. It took me a few days before I finished it, probably 15 hours. It is a very hard boss, but like the rest of the game, it's very deliberate and learnable. And if you really want to see this game's combat, watch that hour and 15 minutes of me fighting this boss, basically. It's like a really good example of how thought out everything of this game is. This is an amazing game. This is second on my Game of the Year list. This is not Game of the Year, unfortunately, for me. We'll talk
It is
about my Game of the
unfortunately
Year.
not the best game ever made.
Yes, it is unfortunately not the greatest video game ever. It is unfortunately the second greatest video game ever. Which is a still incredible achievement. I love this game. I love this game so much. It is on Xbox Game Pass, if anyone has that. It is on sale on Steam, probably, because everything is on sale on Steam right now. Until, what, January 2nd. It's on sale. It's $27 Canadian, which means it's probably like what, $24 American, including the sale. It's $20 right now on sale. $21 US dollars.
It's 2020 euro.
Again, it is on Game Pass. If you have Game Pass and can't afford buying the game, perfectly fine and understandable. As someone who lives in poverty, I get that. I really, really think this is a must-play game. If the combat just isn't for you for whatever reason, there's sliders to be able to pretty much ignore it.
Yeah, and even just like if it's a bit too much, you can just like crank the sliders a little bit.
Yes, you can
also.
you can just tweak it. That's the greatest thing. It's so customizable because of that. It's not just and this is like the crazy thing about Dark Souls, and like Dark Souls as like a franchise is like, people will always say like the point of Dark Souls is like the feeling of overcoming a challenge. Like that's like, oh, hard games are all about like the feeling of overcoming a difficult challenge. What's challenging to one person isn't going to be this challenging to you, right? Or everyone, right? We all have different skills and like find different things difficult, right? And an easy mode for someone could just be as hard as normal mode for someone else, right? So if a game really wants to be about overcoming challenges, it can't pretend like an easy mode negates that. And this game doesn't. This game understands that. And it has accessibility sliders that you can very customizably tweak to like the max is like, I think 10%. Like you take 10% damage and deal 5 times damage, but you can do like any number between that, right? Or I think it's 1%, not 10%, probably. I think it's probably like intervals of 0.5 or 0.1 even. Or 0.1. 0.05, 0.01. But you can crank it, like, if it's just a little bit too much damage you take, or you feel you just do a little bit too little damage, you can go to, like, you take 85% damage and deal 125% damage. You can tweak it. There are independent sliders. You can customize it all you want. Like, you can really make it to your playstyle.
What was I doing?
Yeah.
That was so
That's why I like really like what Celeste. They have fantastic accessibility options in this mode if someone needs it. Yes, I've heard. I should really. I played Celeste like 20 years ago. Like 20 years ago, I mean like fourth. And then I had to stop because D-pad platforming was fucking up my thumbs. I do really want to revisit Celeste. It's such a good game, and I have heard it does have good accessibility options as well, which I never looked at, and I might if I start suffering more D-pad thumb issues from D-pad platforming when I eventually go back to Celeste, I might play around with the accessibility settings then. But accessibility settings in video games are always great. And this game is a perfect example of it.
Yeah.
And holy shit, I love this game. Literally just like revisiting. It has a boss rush mode. I kind of want to just like go back and refight the bosses.
Hell yeah.
The combat is just so satisfying. Like, the final boss really does test you on everything you've learned in this game. Teaches you, it's like, you know how to do your normal parry. You know how to do your talisman explosion, right? You know how to do your charged parry for red attacks. You know, your jump parry. You know how to make openings with your bow. That's a big thing. Making openings with your bow. And, like, you have a system similar to Hollow Knight with your badges, like the charms in Hollow Knight, where you have little, like, pips, notches, that you can fill out with, like, computer chips, for different upgrades, as well as your actual upgrade tree. And so for this boss fight specifically, I switched things around. So the two, like, the primary thing I was using was there's a charm or a jade to make it so you heal red health while doing attacks, which is huge because this helps you sustain a lot. Like, I do a lot of imperfect parries, which gives me a lot of red health, but I don't actually get hit very often. So I wind up being able to, like, heal a lot of that health back up.
What the heck? What the heck, Rooney, though?
Oh,
jeez.
By just, like, attacking in between. I also have an upgrade, an EXP upgrade, where perfect parries will heal red health as well. I have a... I messed up that time. I have a upgrade that makes it so if I do a 3 charge blast with a talisman,
I was foolish.
I regenerate some bow ammo.
It was what works.
You can see me throwing an attack in there, and that heals me a little bit.
I really like that. It might feel lame to some people, but I really like that the 3 phases of this boss, they're not like completely different. It's just
it just
building.
It just builds upon it,
Building
yeah.
on the phase 1 and adding and tweaking stuff. I really like that.
It just pretty much adds follow-up attacks. And like one new move or something.
It's like, okay, you mastered phase 1, we're gonna like throw something else into the mix.
Yeah.
Can you still do this? I think that's really cool.
I love it. This boss fight is probably my favorite final boss fight in video games. Full stop. It was really well designed. And you can see just like the things I'm like picking up on and tweaking. Where like, oh, I've never really dealt with when they're in the air like that before. I've always just dodged away, but now I'm feeling more comfortable with it. Let's start parrying it for the fucking opening. That one I still dodge. You can see me shoot a bow to knock her down a lot to force openings. Because I have pretty much infinite bow ammo with the upgrade that makes it so if
if I do a 3-charge blast, I get my ammo back.
Phase 3 again.
Then we get to phase 3. She really likes to schmoove out and iframe through my attack like that. I think this might be the winning run, actually. So, like, this is her new big... Oh, no, I died there. That's her new big phase 3 move.
I didn't think. It didn't occur to me. I didn't try to parry.
Oh, I think literally my next run is the winning run. But yeah, like, Nine Souls is incredible. Nine Souls is incredible. I love the game. But it is not Game of the Year. What is Game of the Year? It's Crow Country.
It's motherfucking Crow Country!
I played the Clayton Galleon theme here. The alternate remix. You can take a look at this right here and you'll understand why I think this is Game of the Year. It is a PlayStation 1 aesthetic survival horror. I have a type. But this game,
I'll leave it here.
every game that I've brought up for Game of the Year has been a 9 out of 10 or even a 10 out of 10 game. This game, this is a perfect video game. There isn't a single aspect that is off about this game. It is well and truly, in my opinion,
Driving it any further.
genuinely perfect. You're exploring this abandoned amusement park.
2106.
That's a survival horror.
20.
2106.
106. I think it's written blood. Code for something.
106. Starts off with just you exploring it. There's a bear trap. Bear trap. Like fucking Resident Evil 4.
Something egg-shaped.
It has tank. You can literally enable tank controls as a setting.
Oh,
It's actually, if you use the D-pad, the D-pad is just tank controls if you use D-pad instead.
back to the car we go.
That's funny. I use
Yeah,
analog
like
stick.
you can always use either control stick or D-pad, and D-pad is just tank controls, and control stick is normal.
I don't know how much medkits heal, so I don't want to.
It's great.
Wow. Okay.
It's so hard to talk about this game without just saying it's perfect.
Key.
It's seriously, it's so tightly designed. It's such a blast to play. It's so fucking good.
Everything they
Oh, hey,
set
by the way,
out
here's
to
another
play,
awesome dude. I hid the egg-shaped ruby.
they pulled off perfectly.
1837. There's a bunch.
It's the perfect game length. It doesn't overstay its welcome at all. It doesn't leave you wanting more. Like, it does because it's so good, but it's like
Just got more.
it ends and you're like, yeah, that's fair. That's fine that it ended.
Safety hazard.
They did what they
And-
wanted and they set out to do, and it works.
We're gonna go to the railway room.
And it actually has a ton of replayability if you do want more.
It does. It does.
Oh, you motherfucker.
It has classic survival horror like playthrough rankings and unlocks with those rankings and different difficulty modes and shit. And it is a type of game, or like this. I guess this is with all games, but like you like gain an encyclopedic knowledge of this map as you play, and like in replays you can utilize that.
Yeah.
Orion's odd.
There's nothing that feels obtuse, even with the secrets.
There's 4 legs there.
So
cute, little mushroom boy.
aiming,
A lot
like
of
you can really actually well and truly avoid almost every enemy by just running past it.
Mhm.
You can choose to fight it if you want. The aiming
Now we have the silver key, so let's head
is
back to the trunk. Oh, fuck.
difficult because it's a Resident Evil game, but it's not just like a normal Resident Evil game
We
where
can also get in there now. Okay, let's get in there.
where you like the PlayStation 1 Resident Evil games, you just shoot. There's no actual aiming in that game. You just aim in their general direction and you shoot and auto hit them. You actually do have to aim like Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, it's a classic PS1 Resident Evil with Resident Evil 4 aiming.
Yeah. And you do want to hit the heads.
I was hoping we get the other one too.
Just lobbing a grenade like that. God. Pro Country was so good.
It's so fucking good.
Action figure.
And like
Little plastic girl, the gold
that
planet.
is
$4
that is the thing, like it is intentionally a little bit clunky like that, having the aiming.
Yeah.
But I mean it is designed with intent for that. Enemies are not very fast, and yeah, like I think the game outright tells you like running is always an option. You can always just turn around and run away, and often just like decide to leave, because if you kill an enemy, the game will remember. It does, I think, like a couple times throughout the game, like the state
respawn
of the map will
occasionally,
change
yeah.
and enemies will spawn. But as long as you haven't switched to a new state, it will remember if you've killed an enemy, and it'll just stay dead.
Yeah. It's like a classic PlayStation 1 Resident Evil. The same thing happens in those games.
That's probably
Mm-hmm.
In Resident Evil 1 and 2 and 3, even for the PlayStation 1, enemies stay dead if you kill them.
What are we looking for?
So they will
Top stuff toy.
progress.
Classic Crow Country
States.
rubber doll.
Like
Very
the
good.
original Resident Evil 1 mansion, as soon as you clear out the Spencer mansion, that shit is empty until you come back and the hunters spawn.
Yeah.
And then you have to deal with hunters.
Mm-hmm.
1550.
Unlike Resident Evil 1 Remake, where you kill a zombie and after a while it turns into a werewolf. The Crimson Heads or whatever they're called. I always called them, when I played Remake, I kept calling them werewolves because they run at you and scratch you.
Magnum.
But,
I'll take a green.
god damn, dude, this game is good. I don't think there's even inventory management in this game either, is there?
That'd be
No, like it just everything fits in your inventory.
Yeah.
There's nothing. It is. You have limited slots. You can only hold like 5 health kits. You can
Yes.
only hold a certain amount of ammo. But you can always,
Go back
if
to
you're
your
ever low
shotgun.
on resources, there's always resources lying around that will dynamically spawn according to your needs. There's like the little jars. There's even like just stuff lying on the floor. I don't know if the stuff on the floor will dynamically spawn, but at least the jars and the trash cans and there's some lockers also.
Vending
will just-
machines, I think, too.
Yeah, vending machines. If you ever are running low, you can always go check a trash can or a vending machine or something, and it will give you a resource you're probably in
There's
need of,
finally enemies here. Fuck, I was waiting for that to happen.
which is really, really good.
Also, the trunk of your car. The trunk
yeah,
of your
yeah,
car
I'll
is
see- I'll
infinite
see
ammo.
The police officer come back here.
Mhm.
Yeah, he was on a bike. Did you talk to him? A little bit.
I think it's specifically infinite pistol ammo and only when you're out. I think, something like that.
Are you in real life?
I think like at least like below 15 or something.
Yeah, when you're below a certain amount, you can go back for infinite pistol ammo. Or replenish it infinitely.
It's 8
But
degrees Celsius. I
this
was
game-
out in 8 degrees Celsius. To Natalie.
It's
happy
me
15th.
talking to my
Yeah.
friend Carly, who she's Hawaiian, but she works for BioWare. She moved to Canada for BioWare,
Oh,
and so she's Hawaiian. She ain't used to the cold weather
you freezy.
at the time. She's obviously much more used to it now because it's been a while. She's going, it's 8 degrees Celsius. I'm so cold. And I'm like, I melt at 8 degrees Celsius. That's so hot for me. But yeah, Pro Country is well and truly cinema. It has honestly kind of a very depressing story
Yeah.
and commentary,
Names the police to say,
but
I know who.
it is still hopeful. It is a hopeful ending. As you wonder
It's a curious mixture of hope and dread.
what the future has for you.
Maybe everything will be okay.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe everything will be okay. Maybe it won't.
Yeah. It is a hell of a game.
Holy shit.
I would say like, oh sorry.
No, I was just saying it's a good game.
Yeah. The only thing, this is not a criticism at all. I actually like it, but just like a preference thing. Uh, this might not be the game you're looking for if you're like a true sicko Silent Hill hard mode puzzles person. Because that is the one thing. The puzzles are pretty straightforward in this game. There's nothing like like the fucking Shakespeare piano puzzles in Silent Hill 2. If someone was looking for that, that is something Crow Country does not have. And it's not a criticism, just like if that's something someone is looking for. I personally think like I really like the structure of the puzzles in this game, but that's like something it's lacking in case someone wants that.
Yeah. I thought the puzzles were great, but I do agree that
Mm-hmm.
they're a lot simpler. They're pretty straightforward. I said it like there's nothing obtuse, even for the secrets.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's very understandable.
Yeah, and I like that. And like I think
Yes,
like
I do too.
every puzzle is basically confined to its own room. There's never any like cross. There's like a couple, I think it's like the computer room with the limbs. There's like one that like you unlock a chest in a different room, but there's like never any like required cross room like puzzle knowledge. Every puzzle is like in its own room basically.
Yeah. Um, and something I learned about the devs at the time I didn't realize it. So the devs of this game they have like a whole previous series,
Oh
the
yeah.
the Detective Grimoire series. Um, you were the one who actually recommended me the Tangle Tower. Was the one I played.
Yeah,
I
yeah. I
didn't
just
play
like happened to see that.
the original Detective Grimoire. I've only played Tangle Tower, which I played before I started saving the VODs. It was actually before I played Yakuza 8. Um, so it was before I started saving VODs, and it was before people really started watching me. Back January 16th. I played it, and I was like, this is a fun game. This is a very solid and enjoyable experience. It made me want to replay Ace Attorney, because it was very similar. Uh, and just playing that alone had made me like, I was like, yeah, sure, I'll check out their next game when it comes out. The next Detective Grimoire game. Realizing I eventually learned, like, later on, that the people who made Crow Country are the same people. And now I'm really excited for the next Detective Grimoire game.
Funnier story, I didn't fucking realize until recently that these devs are also the devs who made hit Nintendo Switch launch title Snipper Clips.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, which is crazy.
That's
But yeah,
funny.
absolutely hell yeah, excited for what they do next. Yeah.
Yeah, I very much dig. Look at the Wikipedia page for the company. Um, they uploaded their first Adobe Flash movie, Metal Gear Mayhem. It all comes
Hell
back to Metal
fucking yeah.
Gear. But yeah, Crow Country is a fucking perfect video game. Holy
It's
shit!
so fucking good. It's
Play it,
perfect.
play Crow Country. If there's any video game in life that you play, make it Crow Country.
It's so good. It's so good.
This Crow Country, game of the year, of the decade, of the century, of all eternity. Crow Country numero uno.
It deserves to be doing mouthwashing Balatro numbers. It unfortunately isn't, but I think it had like at least a moderate success,
Oh
thankfully,
yeah,
I
no,
think.
it's it's like um I think it is. I can only obviously the only thing I can see is review numbers, which aren't perfect at all, but it's got like 4,000 overwhelmingly
Yeah.
positive.
That's like an amount of reviews that like signifies like a decent like well-selling Steam game.
Oh, I didn't realize Tangle Tower had so many. I thought it was a lot less known, but no, it also has a similar amount of reviews. Like, honestly, I don't know. Maybe I'll revisit Tangle Tower, even though I beat it, and can't really not really a game you can easily revisit because it's a story detective mystery game.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, man. That was it was a solid game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want Crow Country to explode in popularity. I want Crow Country and Sorry We're Closed to pop the fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I want all the games we've talked about today to pop the fuck off. I want video games to pop the fuck off. Good video games.
I want every indie game to get the money to buy a house.
Yes.
Indie game dev.
Yep. Yep.
Every indie dev deserves a house.
Now you mentioned it earlier, but the Majima Pirate game. I do have a list of games that I'm very excited to talk
Oh,
about.
hell yeah.
That I'm excited for to see what they do. Because I did the demo day. I did a couple days during Steam Next Fest. This was I asked my friend Carly if she would be free and wanted to join us, but she's back in Hawaii for vacation. So 5 hours behind, so it's currently noon for her. So she didn't show up because it would have started at like 4 in the morning for her, 6 in the morning for her. But because she works at game dev, and loves Steam Next Fest and plays so many demos that I was hoping to talk to her about like games she's really interested in that like that are coming out. But I played a lot of really fun demos. We're gonna start with Hark the Ghoul. This one, ooh, I want this one. I played this during Steam Next Fest.
Ooh.
The dev came into my chat and was like, "Oh hey, thanks for playing my game." I'm like, "Your game is great. I love this."
Hell yeah.
Demo. This is the two oh there they are. If you playing Hark the Ghoul, glad you liked it. The demo days are the only times I've ever done actual chapters in a VOD recap. This is Hark the Ghoul. It's like
Loud.
PSX Bloodborne, Hollow Knight mixed together.
It's got it's got those PS1 graphics, it's gonna be a banger.
Yeah. I'm such a fucking whore for PS1 graphics. And it's like, oh, I love it. You have like
it looks great every time.
You have a kick to kick things around for like environmental puzzles and stuff for platforming. There, I kicked that guy off.
And it died. And it died.
You can just kick a lot of stuff.
Moron. So
It's so PS1. I'm swinging a light post around because that's a weapon. That's why I say it's like Bloodborne. It feels very Bloodborne-y with the weapons. I have a fucking vampire hunter whip. Going through these dark tunnels. I eventually get a spell that's like a wind blast, and I decide to break the game with
I
it.
forgot the routing already. My bad.
Because I can just aim below myself and launch myself into the air with it.
The point of when I started uploading VODs was the Toho Metroidvania VOD, because that is an unwatchable stream.
Oh, this is me talking about the Toho Metroidvania.
Effects in that game.
Which was alright. But I deleted the VOD forever. Because it is a visual nightmare.
Oh yeah, that flashing thing.
Yeah, turns out the Toho Metroidvania, every time you pause and or slow and unslow down time, you get flashbanged.
Oh my god, they take prop damage.
Yeah.
Oh, this is when I learned that you can kick crates into enemies.
Basically, in the Toho Metroidvania, there's a mechanic where you slow down time.
Hell yeah.
Pretty much use that extremely often in combat. But I didn't notice it at the time.
But yeah, the Toho Metroidvania gave me a migraine because of that.
But
Ooh.
I didn't
But yeah, this is when I started
big
platforming
chunks
it.
of their game by using the jump into the air move.
It has fall damage. That's my one criticism of Hark the Ghoul. The devs did say that they plan on having a fall damage reduction upgrade and stuff like that. But like, I don't like fall damage at all because I like being able to do stupid things. But yeah,
Which I
Ark the Ghoul, it looks so good. It was so fun. It was a highlight demo that I played during Next Fest. I'm very excited for it.
It looks really cool.
Something else. Oh right. This was another one I played during the demo. It was called Murder at the Birch Tree Theater, and it's a Case of the Golden Idol which means +10. It's like,
Oh hell yeah!
it's basically exactly the same gameplay. It felt, the demo was like just the first 2 cases, I think, and it felt like very solid, like fun writing, and I'm excited for this. I'm excited
I love
to
the
see what the
choice
devs do.
of. I love the choice of setting and aesthetic.
Yeah, it's a local community theater, and
It's
you're
very fun.
discovering a conspiracy involving it. Probably a conspiracy of corruption amongst the board. I love the aesthetic. I love the MS Paint furries. It's great. This was a great game, and I'm genuinely excited to see what more they do with it. Another demo that I played. This was the standout demo of the second game. It's called Deadwell's The Devil Fragment.
By hold block.
And when playing it, I'm like, okay, so this is like a PS1 Souls-like game, right? It got so much more than just a PS1 Souls-like game.
Be normal.
Uh huh. Horse.
Horse.
Hell yeah!
Very awkward horse controls. Very funny though. It is very funny about it. Like, the horse will like flip around and shit, like, because it bugs and gets stuck and stuff, and will just like be like this like horse like standing still, like flipping around in the air.
Okay, so
It's very funny. This game does not take itself seriously, and I mean that very positively. It has like Castlevania sub weapon. So my sub weapon is the Rat Buster, which was a grenade of rats. But it has like a Sekiro posture system. Except when the posture breaks, instead of just like doing an insta kill or like a critical attack, you launch them in the air and air juggle them. And they take damage when they land or hit a ceiling. So I eventually found out I just used my bare fists and just did this. I just turned it into Tekken. This is when I fell in love with the game.
This is a fucking Devil May Cry.
And you've got like a Devil May Cry combat or combo system too, right? Like it was like, oh, like
This is a very interesting and silly game. I'm actually liking this.
I keep clicking fucking chapters. There was a boss fight here. I glitched it out at some point and skipped it.
I don't have any healing items.
Oh, every time you die, by the way, you get a Mortal Kombat fatality. So here, I die on this guy.
Right, green was.
There's like,
Okay.
yeah, here.
I thought this was like Mortal Kombat fatalities when you die.
There's so much of this game. This person,
That's great.
the person who's making this, they wanted to make the most video game ever, and I love and respect that. But there's
That's
like
so funny.
5 different kinds of attacks that are like, some are parryable, some are not parryable. They all like different kinds of things. So like green attacks will hit you but root you, Or green attacks when you parry will heal you. I don't remember. But there's like green, red, yellow, white. You have to remember which ones are which.
Damn it. I think I'm healing.
Yeah, okay, so I recover my souls.
This is a tough boss when you don't have any healing.
The boss, I run in,
Oh.
and it just
Did it
skipped
bug the game
itself.
out? I did.
And
Something happened.
I just skipped the
I
boss.
somehow skipped the boss.
And I figured I somehow glitched it, so I had like Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time ISG on my fists. So you can see my left fist is glowing, because it's constantly swinging.
Really enjoyed.
And so I just started running into things. I just had contact damage because of that.
Actual ISG with the after image too.
Yeah. So I would just like run into guys and like punch them and shred them because I was constantly hitting. This was a really long demo, and it was very fun, but I had so many other games I wanted to play, so I kind of felt bad that I wanted to rush through it.
We gotta go the other way. Down.
But I'm very excited for this game. I want to see it. It was so much fun, and it is very silly. Damn excited to see what they do. And then another standout demo. It was one of the last ones I played. Morta. It's like boomer shooter Dark Souls.
I had to manually progress. Serial number 8136. They straight up walk up at me like a fucking doom enemy. Doesn't seem to fill up via time.
So I've got like, you got a gun, you got a sword.
Right, there are no
It's like straight up Quake.
Yeah, this is very Quake vibes.
And you've got like a Dark Souls dodge. Your healing, your at like your Dark Souls Estus
Heal again.
is a little doll you squeeze. So you saw me pull it up, but I had already used it, so it didn't heal me. See if I can get to the point, but it's just like a cute little doll.
I love
that you
the
grab and
physical
squeeze.
bullets visible. That's always so good.
Yeah.
Another body.
I really enjoyed this one. I'm
I
very
like this game
excited.
a lot.
I was very like tired at this point because I'd been 7 hours of streaming various demos.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't really give this much of a I was tired. I also wanted to do the Rift of the Necrodancer demo. Rift of the Necrodancer is hard as balls.
Yeah.
Hardest
I've
rhythm
heard.
game I've played. Because it's like a visual nightmare for me. It's hard keeping track of what button I want to hit.
Yeah.
Hey, you ring me or I improve your equipment. Simple as that.
And then we got to like the hub world. And then we got to this
We got a lot of bangers today.
weird
hell
forest zone.
Devil Well. Devil.
And then where are the enemies? The enemies of the zone were fucking freaky.
I think they kind of took stand out.
Oh yeah, here.
Windblown Yesterday, of course, was also
Ooh.
stand out.
They're like weird flowered skeleton creatures. And they make loon sounds when I kill them.
Why do they make loon sounds when they die?
Canadian loon. I had to literally look it up because I was like, what the hell?
See what this dev is cooking.
But they're like flowery skeleton creatures. This was like very like creepy neat. This is a game I'm really looking forward to. This, Devil Wells, and Hark the Ghoul, the big
Hitbox is a bit large.
big standout demos I played that weren't like from established IPs. Windblown just by the Dead Cells people. Dead
okay.
Cells already a banger of a game. Windblown is really just Dead Cells, but 3D and co-op. So it's a solid game. I played the demo of that, but that was an established IP. Well, not IP, but established studio. So I already knew it was good. And it was. The Rift of the Necrodancer, established IP, studio, all that. I knew it was going to be good.
Is significantly strong.
And it was a banger. But yeah. This game is great. I love the little doll that you squeeze the heel. Oh, this was the game. This game came out, but it's like a cute little Metroidvania. It's so amateur, and I say this.
Vampire breath.
I say that positively, affectionately. Like there's voice acting for this cutscene that is like someone in their room on their cheap mic. You can hear so much background noise. There's a part where you can hear a conversation in the background. I'm like, I love this. I love this so much. It has so much heart.
When she arrived at the village, her purpose returned to her mind.
And you're just like, this is little Metroidvania.
Hell yeah.
+5.
It's very much
Now
like
you can throw your dagger.
someone's first game, and I say that very
Open tongue.
like I believe in this game. It has heart. It has heart and passion.
Need a double jump or something.
It looks very cute.
It's and it is out, and I will give it a shot. The full version, very cute. Now the other big games that I'm really interested next year that are coming out, we have Fields of Mystria. Fields of Mystria is out in early access, but it is a farming sim that is still clearly in early access with so much like content to have. So that's why I'm not like putting it in my game of the year, even though it's technically out, I guess. This game is so good. This is probably the best farming sim game. Straight up. I finally left a positive review for it. I rarely review games. I only review games when they piss me off, and then I'm like, shit, I've left a negative review. Time to leave a positive review. Balance it out. So I left a review for this game talking about it. It is probably the best farming sim game out there, in my opinion. It's still missing some content. It's still got some like rough edges and all that. But there's so much quality of life, and even in early access, it's packed full of shit. Like packed full of shit positively. There's so much content. It's so good. I really, really enjoy it. Absolutely check out Fields of Mystria. There's if you're looking for a cozy farming sim. Stamina is only ever consumed when you need to consume it. So like if you're watering plants and you're watering like say you've already planted like 9 seeds in a 3x3 pattern, but half of them for whatever reason are already watered. So like 6 of them are already watered. You can water that whole 9x9 at once with like a charged water, and it'll only consume the stamina required to water the last 3 unwatered ones. So you never overspend on stamina. If you have 1 stamina and you do an action that requires 10 stamina, it'll still go through and just consume your 1 stamina. So you're not like need a minimum amount of stamina. 1 is the minimum amount of stamina. You don't pass out if you hit 0 stamina. You just eat, replenish your stamina. When crafting, it'll use stuff in your storage already, so you don't have to pull everything out. You do have to pull things out for quests to hand in to stuff, people. But for crafting, it'll consume what's in your storage as well. Everything is open 24/7. You can go into the shops at 1 in the morning. You never have to talk to the people to use them. you use the signs and all that. It's so good. It's so good. The village feels alive. There's still like a lot of social stuff missing. Like, farming sims. They're basically dating sims.
Mm-hmm.
And like I think you can only get people up to like 6 hearts, and there's like 12 intended hearts or something like that. Because you can only get people like halfway currently. And I think they just added, most recent update, they just added like basic early romance, early dating stuff. But the villagers will talk to each other. You can just like listen in on eavesdrop on other people on the NPC conversations. Every Friday, the entire town has like an day, and there's all sorts of like little like mini conversations there that will evolve over time. Like the first time you go in, there's like a group of people on one table playing a D&D campaign. Another group are playing poker. Another group are getting drunk. The kids up on the top are like trying to break into the merchant's room. And every week, those storylines progress till the first season. I think like the intent is they're all 4 weeks long, those little storylines, and there's a new one for each season. But they only ever progress if you check them. So like I stopped going to the inn because I stopped being social in that game. And then I eventually came back and realized that there had been new stuff, and they talk about it like it's summer, or that summer just started, but it was like the end of summer because I hadn't checked back until much later, and I was like, oh, there's more stuff. So you're not missing anything ever. So you can really just take it at your own pace, and it's great. I love it. I love Fields of Mystery.
Hell yeah.
Very cute. I love the aesthetic. I love it a lot. And then there's the last game I'm really, really excited for, which is the Majima Pirate game.
That's the name of the game.
Majima Pirate game. Oh, it's got French subtitles.
It's
And
Canadian
French
detected.
Yeah, literally Canadian detected. Your recent data showed that you were a Canadian. I'm so excited for this. This is gonna be so much fun.
I am excited for all of my friends who are excited for this game.
All of your old man Yowie friends. God, he is so hot though. They knew what they were doing when they had this trailer have him be naked for most of it.
I fucking love that it's actually just present day. He's
Yes.
just deciding to be a pirate.
It's a sequel. It's after Yakuza 8. And he's just a pirate in old pirate gear. He's not a modern pirate at all. He's even on like an old pirate ship. You do not see ships like this. Majima loves to RP. He's a LARP lover. Dude, I hope they're like skeleton zombie pirates. And I hope there has to be a Kraken. I also love how it's, instead of Atlantis, it's Madlantis. My queendom. I love this. It looks like it's gonna be so much fun. The combat looks great. Just have an actual, like, you jump in the air. Crazy taxi delivery as Majima. I can't wait to play this in English dub and just have Matthew Mercer talk all the time.
Oh god.
I love Matthew Mercer. He's the English voice for Majima, so that's why he's gonna be talking. I'm gonna be hearing him a lot for the game. Matthew Mercer is like the one overused English voice actor that I don't mind. I'm like, yeah, I'll take it.
I just can't. I just can't separate him from. I think I've told you. That fucking like throne room looks exactly like Final Fantasy 15.
Oh, there's a giant shark eating a dude. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I think I've told you.
The throne room.
Yeah, I think I've told you before about how I had this cursed Tumblr mutual who was really horny for Matthew Mercer, and I just can't separate him. She would like be first posting over his like he has that like D&D show, and he'd be like
Yeah.
in like creepy coats and stuff, and she'd be like first posting over that.
That's so funny. That's so funny, though. God, I'm excited for this. I'm very excited for this. But yeah, that was.
I think I don't play any of their games, but I love what RGG Studios is doing.
Yep,
They're just making video games.
they're just making video games. I knew a lot of people who crushed hard on him. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. I'm sure there are a lot of people on Tumblr thirsting for him. He is an attractive man. And he is big, and he's a big nerd culture icon. So you're gonna have people be very, very, very horny for him.
He has the Egoraptor hair.
As the one person goes the Leon hair, the other person goes the Egoraptor hair. The two sides of the same coin. He does have the Egoraptor hair. That is so funny.
The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit is Egoraptor Matthew Mercer, and that one photograph of that one random guy that people always post when it's Egoraptor, I don't even know who that is. It's just a random buff guy with the Egoraptor hair.
I don't even know who you're talking about. I don't even know what, or not who, but what image you're talking about.
It's just like some random guy standing by a street, and like people post that, even though it's not Egoraptor, but people just post it because it's like funny. Damn it. Guy on a street. I'm not gonna be able to find. No, there he is. There he is. There he is.
I didn't mean to do that. I forgot by doing that I was putting it on screen and almost doxed myself.
Voice chat.
I
Here,
just almost doxed myself. That's so funny. Ooh.
It's Egoraptor, Matthew Mercer, and this guy.
That is funny though. But yeah. That's fair that you can't separate Matthew Mercer from a Twitter mutual who is so incredibly horny for him. But I think he's
Yeah, I have nothing against his
Yeah, you have
work.
nothing against him at all. It's just that. It'd be like that sometimes. It's like me, I have nothing against white-haired anime boys. But I just know that Kelpie goes crazy for them. So if I see a white-haired anime boy, I can't take him seriously anymore. But yeah. Video games are fun.
Video games are fun.
This year was a very good year in video games if you're not looking at AAA releases, which you really just shouldn't be anymore. Really shouldn't be.
But there's one more. There's one last thing going into 2025.
Oh, what?
Check your Steam.
Oh. Oh!
Merry Christmas!
Merry fucking Christmas to me! Oh, dude, Sonic X Shadow Generations. Don't care about replaying Sonic Generations, but oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year, Xbox. Happy New Year, Shadow. Thank you, I appreciate it. Mine. I can't wait. Shadow, this is obvious. This is
Here's
DLC.
to a Merry Gaming 2025.
Is this an outfit?
Did I buy the deluxe version?
No.
Okay.
It was just like, look at the available DLC for this game. And one of them was the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie pack. Like, it's just an outfit that makes him look like the movie. One that makes him voiced by Keanu Reeves. Why is this mixed? Let's see.
Haters.
It's one level. It's you must know that £5 or €5 or £5 for a single level that it lasts 3 to 4 minutes is pretty unacceptable. Okay, so it's just because it's a short level.
Haters.
It's fun, but it's pretty expensive for what you get. One level, 2 missions, which I
Oh,
that's
on the
ranked-
DLC? Okay.
Yeah, this is a DLC.
Oh, you get a level with it? Okay.
It's a movie pack that makes Shadow voiced by Keanu Reeves looks like the movie Shadow, and has a level that is short. I've heard
I see.
nothing but positive response to the Shadow.
Yeah.
But I guess I was gonna play other games first, but I guess we're playing Sonic and Shadow probably not tomorrow, but the day after. Because tomorrow I want to start building my Exia,
Hell yeah.
which I might go try and pick up. It's currently 6 p.m. and the place closes at 7 p.m. Should only take me 30 minutes to get there. So I might just this ends. Go pee,
Yeah.
get changed. Go pick up my perfect grade Exia. Which I am very excited about.
Hell yeah.
But oh man, I can't wait to play Shadow Generations now.
Yeah.
Oh, I love you, Shadow the Hedgehog. Thank you so very, very much, Maya.
You're welcome.
Hide the Chrome browser, so stream I don't accidentally show my Chrome. I can't. I was looking up the place to see what I closed, and I opened the new tab, moved it to my right monitor. That's what I would normally do while looking, but that's the one I was showing. So I was like, wait, hold on, I'm about to dox myself. But quickly moved it back. That was close. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. I really like just talking and hanging out.
Yeah.
And I like talking about video game.
Gaming.
Video games I played that were fun as hell. What video games I am excited for. Game of the year goes to Pro Country.
Pro Country.
Game of the year for accessibility goes to Nine Souls.
9 Souls. Game of the year for girl power goes to Final Fantasy X2.
Game of the year for Bing 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 Slot Machine Flashing Bright Color Bringo Burr Balatro. Game of the year for gay people. Sorry we're closed. For being gay as hell. Game of the year for cleaning my mouth. Mouthwashing. Game of the year
for dental hygiene.
Game of the year for trauma. Conscript. Game of the year 20 years running. Resident Evil 2 1998.
Resident Evil 2.
Game of the year for stealing my soul. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. That came out 2022. Yeah. I think that's it for me. This was a lot of
Perfectly
fun.
1 minute past midnight.
This was a lot of fun. Thanks for coming and hanging out, talking about video games with me. I am
Happy
excited.
New Gaming Year.
Excited to play Anthology of the Killer.
Hell yeah.
And I think I'll check out Theophany at some point as well too.
Hell yeah.
That looked very on my alley. I don't remember how to spell it, so that's fine. You linked
The
it.
phone.
You
It's
linked
if you
it in
scroll
voice
up in voice
yeah.
chat, yeah.
Stephanie. That's why. Not C. Steph. Yeah, it's only $10 right now. I bought so many games on this Steam sale. I have purchased. How many new games have I purchased? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 games. January is gonna be packed. But I'm gonna head out now. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good night. And I'll talk to you soon,
Yeah.
bestie.
Happy New Gaming Year.
Happy New Gaming Year. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Night. Alright. That's gonna be it for me today. This was a really fun stream. I really enjoyed today. Today was really fun. Thank you everyone to show up. I appreciate it. I very much appreciate that people are interested in watching me play games and not even watching me play games because we didn't play games today. We just talked about playing games today. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. You know, this year has been a lot of fun in games. We had a lot of really, really good indie games. That I really wanted to talk about. I had a lot of thoughts on. Crow Country is, like I said many times before, as close to a perfect video game as I think you can get. Nine Souls is right there with it. It's really close behind it. It is an incredible game. It's a beautiful game. It's an incredibly fun game. Absolutely play Nine Souls. Sorry We're Closed is a fantastic experience. Mouthwashing is a very important experience for everyone. Conscript is an incredible piece of art. There's so much out there. There's so many good things. So much incredible talent and skill and artistry in video games. And I wanted to celebrate them. So yeah. Hope you all had as much fun with me, with it as I did. I will not be back tomorrow. I'm gonna take tomorrow off. Got dinner plans with family. Who knows what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow, regardless of that. And I've got a perfect great Exia to pick up and start building. But I will be back, I guess the 30th, Monday, with Sonic and with Shadow Generations, which is gonna be fun. Remember, if you want to keep updated with my streams at all, the best way to do that is to join the Discord. The stream will take you there. It's the only place to post going live announcements, updates, delays, cancellations, all of that. Those future information on things I might be doing like this. I talked about it a bunch in my Discord because it was a big thing I wanted to do. And any other like big things that I might come up with, I talk about it there. It's also a good place for game recommendations, which I'm always looking for. I might have 13 new games to play, but I'm still always looking for game recommendations. It's hard coming up with games on my own, and I'm always interested in seeing what people want to see me play. So again, Panel Builder Stream will take you there. Another Panel Builder Stream will take you to my VOD channel. It's where so much of my past content is on there. Every single game we talked about today, except for Tangle Tower, which we briefly talked about, a game by the Pro Country devs, and Balatro, which is a game I played almost entirely off stream. Though there is a VOD of me beating gold stakes difficulty after 20 hours of streaming, completely sleep deprived. But all of the games we brought up today, I have played on stream and have saved the VODs for. They were all within the year that I started saving VODs. So if you want to check any of my playthroughs of those out, or anything else, you know, if you just want to check out VODs, go right ahead. You don't need my permission. And the stream will take you there. Once again, thank you to everyone who showed up. I really do appreciate it. This has been a really good year streaming for me. At the start of the year, I think it was like a consistent 2 viewer average. Shoutouts to Vriska, the number one, the OG. They would show up, say hi to me, and then just lurk and chat for so many of my early streams, and they still do now. But now I'm ending the year like averaging 6 viewers. Ooh, it's a huge and incredible year for streaming, and it's all thanks to you guys. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, I'm gonna head out now. I'm gonna see if I can get out in time to pick up my Exia. The store closes in less than an hour. I might not. I don't think I'm gonna make it out today. But if I rush out, I could probably make it. But I'll be back Monday, and I hope you all have a good rest of your day, whatever time zone you've been. Good night, day, whatever time zone you've been. If I don't see you again, hope you have a good new year. And yeah, hope you all have a good one. Bye-bye.